The Paris Housekeeper. Chapter 23. Camille. 12 March 1942. Hotel Ritz, Paris, France. Camille answered the summons to Vivian's room with no small amount of trepidation. Life in the Ritz was fraught with danger. The most innocent of conversations could be interpreted 100 different ways. Every collection of words exchanged could have hidden meaning. Alliances were made and broken. Friendships were questioned, especially between a chambermaid and a wealthy American widow. Thus, they didn't speak in public, and kept eye contact brief. However, sometimes, Vivian called Camille to her room in the Rue Cambon building. She always prefaced their conversations by asking after Jacqueline. Camille never quite knew how to take the widow's interest in her sister. Did she truly care about the girl's progress? There was another possibility, a more sinister one. Vivian could be gathering information for her Nazi lover. Then again, Camille knew the widow continued her work with Frank, often conducted via tiny handwritten notes, with Camille acting as courier. Still, Vivian could be playing both sides, hence Camille's unease. Even on this side of the hotel, where the regular guests stayed, she felt eyes on her. She looked up and down the corridor, over her shoulder, and sighed at her own paranoia. When, she wondered, would the need for subterfuge come to an end? Another 6 months, a year, 5 times that long? The Americans were in the war now. Something many French citizens had feared would never happen, but matters seemed worse, not better. The Germans were so strong, so angry, so determined to make the entire world their own. Camille hesitated outside Vivian's door. Reluctance moved through her. The widow knew too much about her, and Camille knew too little about her in return. Her relationship with von Bauer was a favorite topic among the staff. Even Rachel, who never had a bad thing to say about anyone, not even the chambermaids who called her names, considered the widow the vilest of creatures. If only Camille could tell her friend the truth. But no. She'd made a promise, and in truth couldn't be sure Vivian wasn't every vile thing the gossips claimed. Had Camille put her trust in the wrong person? Unlikely. She knew some of Vivian's secrets. That bonded them. Head lifted, mind clear, she knocked, quick and brusque. Vivian opened the door, and Camille recognized something in the woman's gaze that resided in her own tortured soul. A need for redemption. 2 sides of the same coin. Come in, Camille. She crossed the threshold. Once inside the room, she noted a strange sort of stillness on the air, silent but for the click of Vivian's heels on the entryway floor. Camille thought she heard something else, a breath of sound. But as she strained to make it out, the noise seemed to be only in her head. Vivian stopped at the window overlooking Rue Cambon, but didn't turn to look out. Her face was calm, her hands folded at her waist. And when she spoke, it was to ask, "How is your sister?" An image of Jacqueline, when she'd last visited, flashed in Camille's mind. She'd been bent over a puzzle, a peaceful look on her face. Her entire bearing had been breathtakingly serene, and she repeated Dr. Garnier's assurance. "There is cause for hope." Vivian smiled. "She's better, then." How best to answer? Nightmares still plagued the girl, and while she had many good days, she also had bad ones. Too many of them. "She's no worse." Arms outstretched, Vivian came to her, took her hands in a gesture of solidarity. Not friend to friend, no. Something like mother to daughter, but not. Then we focus on that. Camille saw the sincerity in her eyes, heard it in her voice, felt it in her gentle grip, and she found herself admitting, "Her progress comes with a price." "Most things do." The response came with a hint of bitterness. Camille's sentiments exactly. She was tired, so very tired of her own helplessness, of never quite succeeding in bringing hope to others. Not only for Jacqueline, but for her mother and sisters. And then there was Rachel. Camille wasn't so consumed with her own worries that she didn't see the agony her friend suffered. The constant humiliations at work, the arrest of her father and brother. "I have a proposition for you." So lost in her own thoughts, it took Camille a moment to organize Vivian's words into meaning, and to realize the other woman had released her hands and was hovering over her like a benevolent being from a childhood fairy tale. "A proposition?" Vivian reached down and touched Camille's cheek. "It would mean leaving your position here at the hotel, and the bar, but it will pay 3 times the salary you make now." Camille blinked in astonishment. What exactly was Vivian suggesting? Was she offering her something illicit? Something to do with her Nazi, or another one like him? "What sort of position would pay so much to a woman like me?" Her voice cracked over the question, graceless and full of guilt, but also hope. That horrible, awful, tempting emotion slithered through her, tempting her, colouring her perspective. In that moment, in every moment before, Camille knew. She knew whatever opportunity Vivian was offering she would consider seriously. For Jacqueline and her family, even for Rachel and hers. Yes, she would do anything to save the people she loved. Anything. "Von Bauer is setting up his own household outside the hotel. He needs a housekeeper. And I suggested you." The man needed a housekeeper. Camille sank onto the arm of a nearby chair. What would this job entail, exactly? The usual cooking, cleaning, laundry. Vivian shook her head, the insult easy to read on her face. "What did you think I was suggesting?" Camille cleared her throat. "I thought—" "I know what you thought." Sighing, she went to an end table and picked up a silver cigarette case, rolled it around in her palm. She looked thoughtful and maybe a little tortured. "I suppose I should have expected this, even from you. I have played my role well, have I not?" "We have all made hard choices in this war." "True enough." She laughed, a hard, bitter sound as she lit a cigarette and took a long, audible puff, then several more. "Tell me, Camille, how far would you have gone, had I asked it of you?" "For my sisters, my mother, there are no limits to what I would do." They locked eyes, and Vivian's sharp gaze softened. "Even if that means living and working in the home of a Nazi? Can you do this, Camille? Can you cross this line?" "For her family? Yes." "I would, of course, be there as well. I would never allow you to do this alone. You know this, right? I will not let him harm you." The promise was unexpected and greatly appreciated. "Thank you." "I must, however, warn you." Vivian ground out her cigarette in a ceramic dish. "Von Bauer is a hard, meticulous, demanding man. He will expect perfection." "He is no different from any of the Germans living in the hotel." "Think of them and multiply by 10. He misses nothing. There can be no mistakes, Camille, not even small ones. Von Bauer has no forgiveness in him. I cannot stress this enough." And Vivian had brought such a man into her life. Camille thought of him, and what she knew. Like the other Nazis in the hotel, he treated the staff with little respect. No smiles, no kind words. Only commands snarled out in his thick German accent. She found his behavior reprehensible, to be sure, but she only had to tolerate the callousness. For Rachel, it was a more complicated matter. Even squirreled away in the laundry, she wasn't fully safe. Leaving the hotel would mean abandoning her friend. Camille nearly said no, but her family, Jacqueline, they were her priority. But perhaps there was a way to guarantee Rachel's security in her absence. "If I agree to this," she began, choosing her words carefully, "I will require something from you in return." "Ah, you wish to bargain? I didn't expect that." Vivian straightened, and her entire demeanor took on a cool air. "All right then, Camille. Make your request, and we will see what comes next." "Keep it vague," she told herself. "Provide no names." "I would ask that you keep watch over my friend, as you've done for me." A long moment passed, without a single change in Vivian's expression. "You ask much." She asked not enough, had done not enough. Small, insignificant things, a few kind words, standing up to the bullies. So very little when held up against the persecution Rachel suffered daily. The slurs were only the start. There was the banishment to the laundry, the heavy workload that seemed to grow heavier. Then there was the arrest of her father and brother. No, Camille had not done enough for her friend. "Please, Vivian. If I take this job, she will have no one to protect her." Vivian's gaze flicked away. "I have explained why I cannot show the girl favor." Because Rachel was Jewish. And Vivian openly cavorted with a Nazi. She had her reasons, yes. But now she was asking Camille to be a party to her schemes. A bold move that called for an equally daring response. "I ask only that you check on her occasionally, and see she isn't harmed or put in unnecessary danger." Another long pause, and then, as if knowing she was in the wrong, a slow, reluctant nod. "I will do this for you, but only if you secure the position with von Bauer." "I thought the job was mine." "Not yet. My word is not enough. He requires meeting you himself before making his final decision." "He wishes to interview me." Her voice was flat as she posed the rhetorical question, appalled even, and she wondered why she was so surprised. Had she thought she would never have to come face to face with the man? Had she assumed she would run his household without ever having to interact with him? That's exactly what she'd thought, what she'd hoped. "When is the interview?" "This afternoon at 5, in his suite. Do not be late." His suite. Camille would be alone with an exacting Nazi. Her horror must have shown because Vivian rushed on to say, "I will be in the room." Camille forced herself to speak, bringing the words out in a rush before she lost her nerve. "Thank you, Vivian. If there's nothing else—" She waited, then continued when Vivian said nothing more. "I'll get back to my duties now." 5 o'clock, Camille." She arrived at von Bauer's suite at the agreed-upon time. Vivian answered the door with a brief nod and led Camille deeper into the room. "Der Raub, the chambermaid has arrived for your inspection." Von Bauer looked up from his position in an overstuffed chair, a newspaper in his lap. He wore his SS uniform, nothing out of place. Even the Iron Cross was still pinned at the center of his collar, perfectly aligned with the middle of his chin. Meticulous indeed. Also rude. He did not stand. He did not address Camille directly, but rather ran his gaze over her face, her hair, along her body, down to her toes. His inspection slowed to a crawl on the way back up to her face, a look of satisfaction in those cold, fathomless eyes the color of winter ice. Camille felt violated, as if his hands had performed the task rather than his gaze. Vivian cleared her throat. His eyes remained locked on Camille as he began the interview. In German. Camille pretended ignorance as he asked his questions. 2 only. When she didn't respond and he grew angry, she replied that she didn't speak German. He switched to French and posed his questions again. This time she quickly, succinctly gave her name and place of birth. "You have the look of a good German girl." He said this with such approval that Camille thought she might be sick. The interrogation began in earnest then. "What is in coq au vin?" "Chicken and red wine." "How many Cornish hens would you need to cook for a table of 20? A trick question. The man was testing her. "One per guest, so 20. Some 15 minutes later, he gave a single nod. "You have the job. I wish for you to begin 2 weeks from tomorrow." 15 days. She had 15 days to upend her life. "Thank you." He flicked his hand in the air and, ignoring her now, said to Vivian, almost as an afterthought, "I trust you to make the arrangements for her relocation to my home." Without waiting for a response, he went back to his newspaper. Vivian slipped her arm through Camille's and led her back to the foyer. At the door, she whispered, "You did well." Later that night, alone at her kitchen table, staring at the hands that would clean a Nazi's house, Camille suffered more than a few doubts. She would be working directly for a high-ranking SS officer, living under his roof, seeing to his every need. Except, of course, the one Vivian met. It was all so sordid and ugly. But Jacqueline, Camille's mother and sisters, Rachel and her family. When she ran it over in her head, again and again, the choice was not so hard. Not when she considered the people she loved.
Chapter 24. Rachel. March 1942. The Berman apartment, Paris, France. Rachel pulled herself out of bed, dressed, and looked in the cracked mirror. Her cheeks were raw and red, no doubt from the heat and chemicals she encountered in the hotel laundry. The ravages didn't stop there. Her eyes were sunken in their sockets, and her stomach was so empty she barely had the energy to trudge into the next room, much less face another grueling day of washing bed linens and tablecloths and napkins, all while suffering the slurs and small persecutions that never failed to cut deep. You there, the Jewish girl. The label was more slur than description. The term echoed through her head at work, and now at home. It beat in time with her footsteps as she half walked, half shuffled into the main living area. The Jewish girl. The words floated through the fog in her brain, made worse by the lack of air in the apartment. The windows had been shut because of the rain. 3 days of the watery assault. Hours upon hours of a bleak grey sky. Even inside the apartment, the light was dim and also grey. The electricity had been turned off by the French authorities. Another persecution. The Jewish girl. The entire staff called her that now, except Camille, her only friend. The others treated Rachel with the barest hint of tolerance. Sometimes not even that. They would not break her. Every day she had a job was a victory over their bigotry and racism. A glance outside told Rachel that dawn had surrendered fully to the morning, but the rain continued falling. She longed to be free of the soggy weather and her own dark mood. She wanted relief from the sorrow that grew each day. There was no news from her father or brother. There'd been letters at first, filled with the assurances that they would be home soon. Her mother had clung to those promises and found solace in her knitting. She made scarves for her husband and son at a frantic pace. And when the letters stopped, she simply made more, often unravelling previous creations or dipping into the skeins of yarn she'd collected before the Germans arrived. Whenever Rachel asked her why she kept at the task, the older woman would get a distant look in her eyes and say, "What else am I to do?" What, indeed? Rochelle wanted to believe her father and brother were alive. She wanted never to hear the clacking of knitting needles in place of their laughter. She wanted desperately to eat something other than rotten cabbage. Hurried footsteps sounded in the hallway. A dog barked. The door swung open, and Barsha appeared on the threshold, looking pale, her eyes wide. The air seemed to shift under the force of her dismay. Something had rattled her, and Rochelle ran to her, prepared for more bad news. Always, she thought, sorrow and grief showed up on their doorstep. Barsha! Rochelle tugged her sister into the sitting area, shutting the door behind them. What's wrong? Why are you not at work? It's happened. Tears wiggled to the edges of her lashes. I have been dismissed. Rochelle wanted to comfort her sister, but Barsha was shaking so hard, and now so was Rochelle, and then the outrage came. But you're the best seamstress in the fashion house. Mademoiselle Ballard has said so again and again. A girl arrived from Reims. Paulette. Barsha's voice was drenched with something. Shock, confusion, bitterness. She was young, your age, Rochelle, and she was dressed quite elegantly. She was a client, then? Barsha shook her head. She came with a suitcase, and though her clothing was impeccable, it was clear something terrible had happened to her. I could see that right away, and all I thought to do was feel sorry for the girl. Naturally, that would be Barsha's first instinct. Good, kind, beautiful Barsha. Rochelle felt it again, that painful lurch of concern. Her sister was older, but in many ways more innocent than Rochelle, with a heart that could not see evil in others because there was none in her. Do you know what happened? Why she showed up on Mademoiselle Ballard's doorstep? Barsha shook her head. The movement left a stray hair hanging low over her forehead, and she pushed the offending curl away with an impatient swipe. I don't know. Something to do with an arrest. Mademoiselle Ballard had been expecting her, I think. There were so many thoughts in Rochelle's head, but then she heard a sound and glanced over her shoulder, hoping to see her mother. And there she stood, looking so very frail and beaten. Ilka Berman had changed since the arrests. The loss of her husband and son, the absence of information, the sudden lack of letters, all of it had carved deep lines in her face and neck. This girl, Barsha continued, this Paulette, she came for a job with Mademoiselle, though she's never sewn a single stitch with her hand or a machine. Her only recommendation was a sketch pad of her drawings. I saw a few, pretty dresses, the kind meant for parties, and absolutely, completely inappropriate for wartime, and yet... Barsha swallowed hard. Mademoiselle gave her my job. It's an outrage, said Rochelle, with less force than she felt. What are we going to do? How are they to survive on her pitiful wages alone? Her mother drew her in close, and with what was a sterling effort, managed to sound nearly normal. We will find a way. How? They were living under German occupation, where nothing was guaranteed. The roundups kept coming. Thus far, Jewish women and children had been spared, but Rochelle knew that would change one day. A knock at the door cut through her thoughts. She slipped out from under her mother's arm and opened the door to Barsha's boyfriend. He stood in the hallway, hat in hand, a nervous tick playing at the corner of his mouth. Jacob? Were we expecting you? Had Barsha called him to tell him her news? How? When? The Nazis had taken their telephone, along with the family's radio. How could he know his devastated girlfriend needed him? Rochelle was about to ask when Barsha appeared beside her, and suddenly his nerves were gone, replaced by a smile that suggested a brand of happiness that hadn't lived in this apartment since German soldiers marched on Paris. Mademoiselle Ballard told me you'd gone home. But what is this? He took Barsha's shoulders and studied her face. You're crying. I lost my job this morning. I am no longer in Mademoiselle Ballard's employ. She didn't tell me this. His surprise at this news seemed genuine, but he didn't appear concerned. "I'm sorry. I know you enjoyed your job." "I did. Oh, Jacob, I really did love my work." She paused, as if something suddenly occurred to her. "But why did you come to the fashion house, and now here?" "I had to find you. He looked at the others in the room, seeming to be momentarily unsure whether to continue, but not for long. "I have the most wonderful news. My father has given us his blessing to marry." Basha's face transformed, but then she was frowning again and shaking her head. "Oh, Jacob, this is not the right time." "How can it not be right? I love you. I have loved you since you stood on the front stoop of my parents' home, come to fit the dress my mother had ordered from Mademoiselle Ballard." She laughed a little, the sound a rusty version of the real thing. "I remember thinking you were the most handsome man I had ever met." "Then marry me. Let us have something to celebrate in these dark times." He pulled her hands to his face and kissed each palm. "Say yes, and make me the happiest man in France." "I can't marry you without my father here." Ilka Berman entered the conversation, her voice surprisingly strong. "Your father would want you happy. More, he would want you settled. This is right." "It doesn't feel right, Mama. Saying wedding vows without Papa and Schulke there to witness." "We will tell them all about it when they are home once again." Basha seemed to consider this. She slowly smiled at her mother, then at Jacob. "Yes, I'll marry you as soon as possible." Jacob whooped, Basha laughed, Rochelle's mother cried. As for Rochelle, she swallowed down a surge of dread. This is a mistake. The thought skittered through her mind, instantly followed by another. This union will end in tragedy. The wedding was scheduled for the end of the week, mere hours after Rochelle's final shift at the hotel, though none of them knew that at the time. She'd predicted she'd be let go, though not for the offence of stealing a towel that had mysteriously shown up in her locker. For several endless seconds, Rochelle had stood mortified, staring at the small peach washcloth with the hotel logo. "There's been a mistake." "No mistake." Her supervisor grabbed her wrist, harder than necessary. "I found it in your locker. Explain yourself." "I can't." She tried to keep her voice steady, tried to pull away from the menacing grip, but Madame Bergeron held on, her fingers digging into Rochelle's flesh. Camille, being Camille, immediately came to her defense. "Rochelle didn't steal the towel. It's not in her nature." "She is a Jew. All Jews lie and steal. That is their nature." Madame Bergeron spat the last like a swear word, her vehemence sending little flecks of spittle into the air. Then, suddenly, she released Rochelle. "Clean out your locker." The words hit like a slap in the face, and the humiliation rose up inside her, churning too quickly to be set aside, only endured. "I said, sortez de mon hôtel." Leave my hotel. It was over. Done. No chance to defend herself. No mention of the wages owed her. The one thing that beat inside Rochelle's head was run before she has you arrested. She abandoned any thought of retrieving her personal belongings for fear of being accused of stealing again. She stayed only long enough to change her clothes. She was soon outside, standing on Rue Cambon, wondering how she would tell her mother. She would not cry. She would go home and face her family. Her feet took her the first few steps, each one no easier than the last. "Rochelle, wait, please." Camille ran to her, touched her arm, dropped her hand just as quickly. "I'll speak with the manager. I'll say the towel was mine. Then you will be let go too. It doesn't matter. It's only a week before I—" "Stop, Camille. Please, stop. I know you mean well." And for that Rochelle was grateful. "But there is nothing you can do." "It's not right." "No, it isn't." She tried to keep her voice steady, but it came out colder and sharper than she meant. We both know this was inevitable. In truth, I'm relieved it's over and done. Camille drew back, and then she sighed slowly and bit her chapped lips. Is there anything I can do? Anything you need? So much. She needed so much. A job, a world not in chaos, her father and brother home. She looked down and found her hands were shaking. Suddenly, she wanted her mother. I only wish to go home. Camille looked so sad, perhaps even grimly shattered, as if she understood Rochelle's desire all too well. Her calm slipped a moment, and something came into her eyes, a kind of sorrow that spoke of apology, perhaps even guilt. There's something I need to tell you. All right? She looked mildly uncertain. That is, I will be... No, never mind. Now is not the time. Her jaw firmed, and she reached out a hand. Will you be all right to walk home alone? I can ask... I'll be fine on my own. Rochelle, I said, I'll be fine. Undeterred by her sharp tone, Camille persisted, but Rochelle held firm, and she finally relented. Rochelle watched her retreat inside the hotel, feeling oddly bereft, as if their friendship had changed, though she couldn't think how. Her unhappy mood went unnoticed when she returned home, and she realized why. Barsha was marrying the man of her dreams later that afternoon. Rochelle decided to keep the news of her dismissal to herself until after the nuptials. The exchange of vows lasted 10 minutes and was, on the surface, no different from any other civil ceremony. Rochelle didn't remember the words spoken, nor the promises the two made to one another. What she would remember was the way Barsha looked at Jacob, and he at her. The love in their eyes, the unquestionable devotion, the way Jacob held her sister's hand reverently in his. Yes, these were the things she would remember, and would tell their children when they asked about their parents' wedding. I pronounce you man and wife. A cheer went up among the small assemblage of family members. Hugs and happy tears ensued, and then Jacob whisked his new bride away for a brief honeymoon at one of the hotels where his father knew the owners and had thus pulled a few strings. Rochelle tried not to be bitter that he could do so much for his new daughter-in-law and so little for her family. What Rochelle didn't know, what she didn't discover until she and her mother arrived home from the courthouse, was that Jacob and his father had more than a one-night honeymoon planned for his bride. Dearest sister, by the time you read this, Jacob and I will be bound for Spain, then on to America. My new father-in-law, lovely man that he is, has made the arrangements himself. He secured the documents in my married name and has promised to do the same for you and Mama. And again for Papa and Schulka once they return from wherever they have been staying. Oh, dear sister, I happily await our reunion. Tell Mama I am safe and well and anxious to see her again very soon. Love and kisses. Mrs. Barsha Berman, struck through, Linden. Rochelle held the letter in her hand, realizing she'd been right. Barsha and Jacob's union had ended in tragedy, not for the married couple, but for the family her sister had left behind.
Chapter 25. Camille. March 1942. Hotel Ritz, Paris, France. Camille left for home with shame weighing her down. She'd failed Rachel. And now the girl no longer worked at the hotel. Clearly, Madame Bergeron had been looking for a reason to dismiss her. The sour woman had probably planted the evidence herself. A gross injustice. Unfortunately, no amount of arguing could sway the woman to reconsider. Camille had tried. Upon returning to the locker room, she'd argued that a mistake had occurred. The supervisor had remained unmoved. Vivian had been her next step. She'd explained in rather blunt terms that it was one thing to look out for the girl, but quite another to intervene directly on her behalf. Then she'd switched topics and had gone on to explain Camille's duties in von Bauer's home and the logistics of moving her into the house itself. That had brought on more regret. Camille should have told Rachel about her job. She hadn't wanted to upset the girl further, but really she hadn't wanted her friend to think less of her. What a selfish, cowardly decision. Upset with herself, Camille opted to walk to her apartment. She would make this trip only a few more times before moving into von Bauer's home. So caught up in her own thoughts, she'd failed to pay attention to her surroundings, and found she'd wandered off course. She was in the 2nd arrondissement now. What had possessed her to take such a circuitous route home? She understood as soon as she rounded the corner, and the Palais Berlitz loomed. Back in September of last year, the theatre had shown Le Juif et la France, a film to educate Parisians on how to recognize the racial characteristics of Jews living among them. Hoping to uncover the source of so much unreasonable hate, Camille had attended one of the showings. It had been a mistake. She'd sat through 5 minutes, perhaps less, wide-eyed and stunned at the irrationality of the Nazis' supposed science. So impossible, so senseless. Surely, she'd thought, she wasn't alone in her shock. She'd taken a quick glance to her right, back to her left, over the audience in general, and received a bigger shock. Her fellow moviegoers, most of them French, were nodding and laughing at the ridiculous images. And then they were agreeing with the premise that Jews were substandard humans. Some were even taking notes, as if cataloguing the physical traits that supposedly set a Jewish man or woman apart from the rest of them. Such bigotry. Camille had been appalled and rushed out of the building, trembling with revulsion and shame. What had she done to stop the madness from spreading through Paris? Pass a few notes in the little bar? Even Vivian Miller, a woman sleeping with the enemy, accomplished much with her forgery network, while Camille thought only of her family, of Jacqueline, and little else. She'd befriended Rachel, but very few others. Now, as she gazed up to where the giant movie poster had once hung with that hideous caricature of a male Jew, she was disgusted and sickened all over again, with her fellow Parisians, and herself. She plunged her hands deep in her pockets, down to their seams, aware suddenly of a draught, crisp against her damp cheeks. She turned her head and caught sight of her reflection in a store window. Staring back was the truth Rachel must see as well. Camille was one of them. No. She was not an Aryan. She only looked like one. It was the reason von Bauer had hired her to work in his home. He saw what was on the outside and decided she must surely be like him on the inside. And therein, possibly, maybe, lay Camille's means of redemption. As von Bauer's housekeeper, she would have access to his private life, his personal papers, perhaps even his work papers. Was this her way to fight the enemy? It would be dangerous, but she wouldn't be alone. Vivian would be there. Vivian with her own secrets and clandestine work. Like the American, Camille would find a way to help more than just her family. She would help people unfairly persecuted, mostly Jewish men and women. If not all of them, then some, a few. Rachel and her family at least. Her mind full of possibilities, and only a little of the danger. She entered her building and made the climb to the 3rd floor. The sight of the concierge shutting the door to her apartment sent a jolt of alarm through her. Camille knew the woman collected information about her tenants, who was doing what, where, and with whom. She'd seen the evidence of the woman snooping. A misplaced book, a candle moved, a drawer left open. "Bonjour," she said coolly. "You are looking for me?" The woman spun around, her eyes blinking, clearly surprised to be caught so completely. "Mademoiselle Lacroix, I didn't expect you home so soon." Her response told Camille the concierge did indeed take note of her comings and goings, She was suddenly exhausted with this woman, and so many like her. Neighbours monitoring neighbours, friends ratting out friends. This was what came from a bully regime that ruled with fear and very little else. Was there something you needed? She stood tall. You received a letter from Rennes. The woman wanted to say more. Camille could read that much in her cagey expression. But to do so would reveal she knew the letter's contents. Though Camille wasn't surprised, she was annoyed. And prepared. She and Dr. Garnier had worked out a code to keep the censures and nosy neighbours unaware of Jacqueline's condition. Camille shot out her hand. The letter? I left it on your nightstand. Camille said nothing. It seemed important, and I didn't want you to miss it. Oh yes, the concierge had read the letter, every bit of it. But she'd gleaned little, and that brought some satisfaction. Suddenly Camille wanted to get to the letter. She longed to read every vague, carefully worded sentence, knowing Garnier's kindness would emanate off the page and connect Camille to Jacqueline and to him. Not wanting the concierge to see her eagerness, she engaged in a banal dissertation about the weather. The conversation lasted 5 minutes, an eternity. Then they said goodbye. Inside the apartment, Camille found the letter exactly where Madame Thibaudot claimed she would. She ran her fingertip over her name, penned in Garnier's signature loops and bold slashes. She could practically feel the warmth of his hand as it had crossed over the page. Would he have good news to share? Or bad? Taking a deep breath, she lifted the envelope's flap and pulled out the single slip of paper. The plain letterhead gave away nothing of the letter's origins. The message itself was short and to the point, also exactly as they'd agreed. Mademoiselle Lacroix. No salutation, nothing but her name, written in his bold, masculine handwriting, and yet she felt his kindness wash over her. I have only got news to report. The new fertilizer has proven most effective, and your favorite flower is blooming. A visit would be most welcome. I always appreciate your input when it comes to this particular variety. I still have much to learn. Camille smiled. It felt good to smile. The gardening references had been Garnier's idea and were easy enough to decipher. New fertilizer meant a new treatment. Her favourite flower meant Jacqueline. He didn't sign the letter. That too had been agreed upon to protect Jacqueline. Camille reread Garnier's words, hearing his voice as if she were listening to his rich baritone giving her the report in person. She let herself cry. Really cry. That felt good too, as she sat on her bed and buried her face in her hands and sobbed. All her worries for Jacqueline and her failure to help Rachel found release in her tears. When the sobs turned to hiccups, she felt drained, but also fully committed to her new position as von Bauer's housekeeper and the possibility of doing more than merely clean his house. What would Garnier think of her decision? He would have to know. She'd grown to trust him. He would keep Jacqueline safe. She still worried about the Nazis turning their attention to mental patients in France. But with the Americans now in the war, and Hitler's obsession to be rid of all Jews in Europe, the threat to Jacqueline didn't seem as large as before. Camille could monitor the Nazis' position more closely while in von Bauer's home. Another reason to take the position. All that was left was telling Garnier. She made the trip to Rennes 2 days later. As with her previous visits, she smiled at the guard and waited to be let in. He knew her by name. The rest of the staff greeted her similarly. After visiting with her sister, Camille found herself in Garnier's office, feeling a bittersweet sensation. It would be a very long time before she saw Jacqueline again, or her dedicated doctor who'd become a friend and confidant. He sat across from her, the giant metal desk between them, his expression soft. Camille.
It's good to see you.
You as well, Dr. Gagne.
Pierre, please. I believe we are past such formalities.
Pierre, then. She liked the sound of his name rolling past her lips. She liked his face, too, and his smile, the strength of his character. She liked it all. She liked him. The thought brought something warm spreading through her, something profound and inconvenient. And then she remembered why she'd come to Rennes. She frowned.
You have something to tell me,
he said. Her frown deepened. How could he know her so well? She'd shared something of herself in their visits. This was true. And he'd done the same. She knew where he came from, Bordeaux, his schooling, and his decision to go into psychiatry after his own father's struggles following the war. That shared experience had brought them closer. But were they so connected that he could read her moods?
You may speak freely, Camille. You have nothing to fear from me.
His amber eyes met hers then, and she could not for the life of her produce a single syllable. Would he judge her for her decision? Did she care what he thought of her? Yes, she did. She cared very much. She said it quickly. I am leaving the Hotel Ritz, and have taken a new position as a housekeeper in a private home at 3 times my current wages. For a moment he said nothing, merely looked at her, searching her expression, while nothing showed in his. Finally he gave a short nod.
This decision was difficult, one you do not regret, but it brings you concern nonetheless.
This man was very good at his job. The job is in the home of a Nazi. His countenance paled. For an instant she saw a flash of sorrow in his eyes as he stood and came to sit in the empty chair beside her. He reached for her hand, held it gently.
You took this position for your sister, to pay for her care.
His understanding, it made her mind go blank. She looked at their joined hands. Why did the contact feel so natural? As if their palms were meant to touch like this. 2 magnets finding home. Yes, I do this for Jacqueline. She is always my first concern. But also my mother and other sisters. The bakery is struggling. They are struggling. I can't let them down.
There is no other way.
His scent wafted over her. He smelled of soap and new beginnings, of promises not yet made. At the fanciful thought she shook her head, very slowly. Lifting her chin, she said, I have little education. Few skills. No. She shook her head again. There is no other way. The grip on her hand grew tighter.
Don't return to Paris, Camille. Stay here, with me. You can be my housekeeper. You
have too many people relying on me. She pulled her hand free. Don't try to change my mind. We both know you can't pay me what Von Bar will.
No, I don't have that kind of money. But there are ways I can protect you and your family.
The temptation was strong. Why? Why are you offering this to me, a total stranger?
We aren't strangers.
No, they weren't. And she very much wanted what he offered. Perhaps he could keep her safe, and Jacqueline too. But her mother and sisters? And what of Rachel? What right did Camille have to hide away in this man's promise of safety, when her friend faced a far graver future? Since the day she'd left Jacqueline alone with their father, Camille had failed the people who relied on her most. She would not run from her duty now. I should go. She stood. Pierre scrambled to his feet a moment too late. She was halfway to the door, her hand reaching for the handle.
Camille, wait.
He strode around her in 3 long strides, his stance none threatening, but barring her exit all the same.
Don't do this. Don't take this terrible job. It's too dangerous.
Please, Pierre. You're standing too close. I can't think with you so near. He moved not an inch. People rely on me. You must let me fulfill my duty, or I won't be able to live with myself. I can't run from this. Not this time. I wish I could, but no. This is my destiny. He took a breath. She could feel the shudder pass through him, the one that matched her own.
You ask too much, Camille. It isn't in me to let someone I care about walk into danger.
As long as the Nazis occupy France and spread their hate, we are all in danger. To his credit, he didn't argue.
If he hurts you,
I'll be smart. Please. Don't make this any harder than it already is.
All right. But before you go, I want you to remember this address.
Finally, he stepped back, then rattled off a number and the name of a street. She nodded. He said the address again, then insisted she repeat it. Why? What is the significance?
It's where I live. My private residence. If anything changes, if you sense you're in danger, come to me. Promise me, Camille. Promise you will come to me.
Her answer was to repeat the address 2 more times, ending with, "Take care of my sister."
Always.
He placed a tender kiss to her forehead, so soft she thought she imagined it. Then it was his turn to make a quiet demand.
Va avec Dieu, Camille.
Go with God. She tucked the words in her heart, and, with one final glance over her shoulder, left Rouen, praying that when next she returned to him, the war would be over, and France had been swept clean of every German snake from her soil.
Chapter 26. Rochelle. 25th March, 1942. The Berman apartment, Paris, France. Every day, when dawn broke over the city, and Rochelle woke to the realities of her life, her father and brother gone, her lost job, Bush's abandonment, all she wanted to do was burrow beneath the covers and never come out. She didn't, no matter how powerful the pull. Her mother needed her. This morning, though, after 5 days of unemployment, when she heard the clack of knitting needles, the desire to indulge in her own self-pity grabbed her by the throat. But no. She tossed a shawl over her shoulders and let her nose guide her to where her mother sat near the stove, their pitiful breakfast simmering in a foul, sickly stench. How long, Rochelle wondered, would they have gas flowing through the burners? Their very survival hung in the balance. Why had Basha left without ensuring they were cared for and fed? Had she not thought, even a little, about them? She claimed she would send for them, yet they heard nothing. Bitterness took root, and Rochelle watched her mother set aside her knitting in favour of standing at the stove, staring vacantly into the pot. Ilka Berman seemed especially frail this morning. She'd always been a small woman. Now she appeared impossibly petite and fragile, as if she were shrinking inside herself. The thought had barely settled when her mother looked up. The grief on her face, naked and bare, sent a slice of pain straight through Rochelle's heart. The woman she'd always known was missing. In her place was this broken creature. Alive, yes, but broken. Rochelle wanted her mother back, but their roles had reversed. She was the adult now, Ilka Berman the child. A knock at the door startled them both, and Rochelle spun around to stare at the slab of wood, fearing what stood on the other side. Is this it? Have they come to arrest us? The knock came again, but there were no shouts to open up, or demands to let them in. Not the police, then. Someone else. Her mother must have come to the same conclusion, because she shuffled toward her bedroom without another word. Rochelle pulled the folds of her shawl tighter around her shoulders and answered the door. Camille stood in the hallway, an unreadable expression on her face. Rochelle blinked in surprise. She hadn't seen her friends since she'd been dismissed from the hotel. She'd missed their walks home together when their schedules had aligned. So why did she resent the girl's appearance on her doorstep this morning? Had it come too soon? Too late? What did it matter? Her friend was here now, and Rochelle was being rude. Camille had been nothing but kind to her. Then why did she wish her gone? Why this need for solitude when she'd always hated being alone? Camille, she said, in what she hoped was a pleasant tone. Come in. As she stepped into the apartment, the shadows from the hallway rolled away, and Rochelle got a good look at Camille's face. Her eyes held such utter bereavement that Rochelle's first thought was of death. Has something happened to your family? She thought a moment, remembered her friend's burdens. Is it your mother? Your sisters? Has one of them fallen ill? No, they are well. Or rather, she pressed her lips together, sighed, as well as can be expected, considering. But something is wrong. I can see it clearly on your face. Sighing again, she glanced away, glanced back. I have come to tell you something important, but I don't think you're going to like it. Her nervousness was contagious, and Rochelle set a tentative hand on her shoulder. Here, she said, pointing to the sofa. Sit down, and tell me what you've come to say. I can't stay long. I have to... She cut herself off abruptly, and her gaze fell to the bag looped around her forearm. Oh, I almost forgot. I brought you this. Rochelle took the bag, looked inside, and saw food. So much food. Pastries, and salted meats, and cheeses, and bread that smelled freshly baked. Her mouth watered. Her stomach growled. She didn't know what to say, except the first thing that came to her mind. How? I confiscated what I could from the hotel kitchens. Again. How? Yesterday, before I left, I saw that chef was about to toss these leftovers in the waste bin. I offered to do it on my way home. He seemed happy to be free of the task, she said, pulling the opening wider. Together, they peered inside the bag. Or maybe he knew I had other plans for the food and decided not to stop me. Rochelle stared dumbfounded at her friend. Basically, Camille had risked her job to steal food for her. She could have been arrested or stopped by a German soldier. Her friend had gone to great risk to supply Rochelle with much-needed food. Her generosity was too much. Darkness and silence filled the moment, and Rochelle's shame swelled, but also her hunger and the impossibility of refusing this gift. The words, "Thank you," were tangled up inside her pride. She couldn't seem to push those two simple words of gratitude past her lips. I must. She clutched the bag of delicacies to her chest, the scent of yeast and butter powerful in her nose. Thank you, Camille. I'm grateful. And she was, so very, very grateful, and yet also resentful, so very, very resentful. I'm sorry it took me this long to come. I have been embroiled in my own... She trailed off, and silence fell between them again. Rochelle could tell this transaction was as uncomfortable for her friend as it was for her, but she didn't have it in her to ease the woman's distress. Camille, with her blonde hair and blue eyes and perfect Aryan features, could not know what it was like to be Rochelle. She could not know the prejudices and persecutions she endured. She could not know what it meant to be Jewish in German-occupied France. Everything Rochelle had been, had dreamed of being, everything she'd planned for herself and her future, it was all cast in a bruised, purplish shade of grey. She felt helpless. Her father and brother were missing, arrested for no reason. She didn't know what had become of them. All Rochelle and her mother could do was wait for news. They waited and waited and waited. For days, weeks, then months. It was as if Papa and Schulke had vanished into a pool of smoke rolling off the Seine. "It's dreadful, what Madame Bergeron did to you," Camille was saying. "She shouldn't have let you go over something she had to know you didn't do." Yes, dreadful. How easy it had been for the housekeeping supervisor to dismiss her. She hadn't even bothered to look remorseful. Rochelle had been furious at first, but reality had set in, and then lumps of horrid, charred fear had followed. No other hotel would hire her. She'd tried. She'd looked for work in all sorts of places. Restaurants, boarding houses, even a few seedy bars. Now Rochelle and her mother were reduced to accepting charity. She started to tremble with anger and humiliation, and Camille was still talking about the Ritz. "I have quit my job at the hotel." But why? Was it for me? She nearly asked. Had Camille quit out of solidarity for their friendship? That couldn't be right. She needed the job. Rochelle searched her friend's face for an answer and saw uncertainty. That couldn't be right either. Camille was French-born with the looks of a perfect German. Any number of establishments would hire her. "I have taken a job as a private housekeeper in Drancy." "Drancy? Is it closer to your home?" "It's about the same distance." "I still don't understand," Rochelle said. "I know, I'm not making myself clear. This is hard to say. I have taken the position of housekeeper with Herr Stammbannführer von Bauer." Rochelle's shock came out in a low, horrified growl. Camille was going to work for a Nazi. What? Why? "It's complicated. Then explain it to me. Explain, Camille, why you choose to work in the home of a Nazi when you claim to be my friend. I am your friend, and yet you align yourself with the enemy. It's not like that." Camille hopped to her feet and went to stand by the window. She made a show of scrutinizing its wooden frame, scratching at a mark on the glass, turning back around. "He's paying me 3 times what I make at the Ritz. My family needs the money, Rochelle. And really, when you consider the actual work I'll be doing, it's no different than working as a chambermaid at the hotel." Rochelle recognized the shame in her friend's eyes, but it wasn't enough to erase her actions. "It's one thing, Camille, to clean the rooms occupied by Germans staying at the Ritz, but to move into the home of a Nazi, live under the same roof, this is a foul choice. He could do anything he pleases with you. To you. He won't. Vivien is moving into the house as well. As his mistress." Camille frowned. "Don't judge her so harshly. She is an ally, not the enemy. You're telling me that Vivien Miller, that horizontal collaborator, has orchestrated this new position for you in her lover's house." The taste of betrayal was back in Rochelle's throat, right there, then on the edge of her tongue. Oh, how she wanted to lash out. Why did Camille trust the American widow so completely? "I will find a way to continue bringing you food." Rochelle nearly slapped her friend's face, so offended was she by her words. It took every ounce of self-control to keep her hand from moving. "You should leave now." The seconds that followed were among the longest Rochelle had ever endured. Nothing but sound filled the moment, noises from the outside world, where people were living and surviving by any means possible. No different than the two of them. The thought should have softened Rochelle toward her friend. It did not. She stood frozen in a tableau of pain and rage. Whatever trust and affection had been between her and Camille was gone. They were both in this war, just as before, but now each was in her own private battle for her family. It was another terrible loss, another abandonment. Rochelle felt her temples pulse, her vision blur. Eventually, as the sound of a motor car passed on the street below, she gave up her stillness, as did Camille. They moved in tandem toward the entryway, neither speaking. The motor grew faint in the distance. An apartment door from somewhere down the hallway creaked open. A baby's distressing wail came thin and reedy from the floor below. "Rachel, please, I don't want to leave with you angry at me. I want you to know this wasn't an easy decision. I have to think about my family. I know you understand that. Go." She yanked open the door. "Go now. If that's what you want, it is." Camille stepped into the hallway, gave her a sad smile, and was gone a second later. Only once her footsteps faded completely did Rachel let out a slow, quiet cry of regret. What had she done? Exactly what she needed to retain what small shred of dignity she had left. Dignity will not fill your belly, but it did feed her soul. She chastised herself for thinking she'd done something wrong by sending Camille away. She gave one short, final sigh, then returned to her apartment and the sound of her mother's knitting. She'd never felt more alone.
Chapter 27. Camille. 27 March, 1942. Von Bauer's home. Seine-Saint-Denis Department. Paris, France. 2 days after her disastrous visit with Rachel, Camille prepared to move into von Bauer's home. She greeted the morning with mixed emotions. She'd forsaken the people she cared about for the very reason that she cared. The only ally she had left was Vivian, a woman who quite literally slept with the enemy for reasons she claimed were for the greater good. Camille wanted to believe her. She did believe her, mostly. The sky was utterly cloudless as she followed the directions Vivian gave her. The hard, bold light was an affront to the gravity of her new life. She thought of Pierre Garnier. Though she'd burned his letters, and had vowed no more visits to Rennes, she'd buried his entreaty in her heart. Va avec Dieu. Go with God. But did God go with her? She didn't feel his presence. Not that she'd turned to him for guidance. At least not in prayer. And not for a very long time. Her father's funeral had been the last time she'd stepped inside a church. So now, as she stood outside a different church composed of a slate roof and red brick, she prayed for God's protection. Maybe she should take Pierre up on his offer. How much easier it would be to rely on such a man, and together figure out how to keep Jacqueline safe and feed her family. But what about Rachel? And her mother? Rachel had sent Camille away, looking insulted and betrayed, and in hindsight Camille couldn't blame her. She'd entered her friend's home like some guardian angel from on high, offering food she hadn't even prepared herself, then admitting she would be working for a Nazi. She'd been thoughtless, and now Camille vowed, as she stood on holy ground, her face turned to heaven, that she would find a way to ease her friend's suffering. Turning onto a cobblestone street, she took in the ornate mansions with their manicured front lawns, well-tended gardens, massive windows, and rows upon rows of wrought iron balconies on the second and, in most cases, third stories. At the third house on her right, she checked the address, frowning. Of course, von Bauer would claim the largest house on the block. The gate was unlocked, so she pushed through and maneuvered up the long, curving drive toward the 3-story house. The white facade was eye-blinkingly bright. Gleaming windows dotted the structure at precise, regular intervals. The brass knocker on the front door was fashioned in the shape of a lion's head. It had vacant, staring eyes and a fat metal ring held between his teeth. Ignoring the pointy fangs, she slammed the knocker several times against the wood beneath those mean, snarling teeth. She heard the click of a lock, and then von Bauer stood in the doorway, outfitted in his uniform. He hit her with the full force of that intense gaze. Then, as he'd done during her interview, He gave her a slow, cold inspection.
"You're late."
"I apologize." She gave no defense or explanation. He had to know that only Germans were allowed to ride in cars, and thus she'd been forced to take the crowded metro. A dicey prospect at the best of times, worse now that an on-time arrival was rarely guaranteed. After yet another head-to-toe inspection that left her feeling exposed, he opened the door wider, and with a hitch of his chin indicated she should enter the house. She slipped inside, giving him a wide berth, and looked around. There was a lot of marble, black lacquered furniture, and shiny gold fixtures. Von Bauer manoeuvred around her. The strike of his heels echoed in the cavernous foyer.
"This is the total of your luggage?"
Yes."
"Follow me."
Before she could respond, he was leading her down a dark corridor to an impossibly tiny room. She peered inside and counted a bed, a chest of drawers, a rug, a wash basin, and nothing else.
"This is where you will live? Leave your suitcase and come with me."
She did as commanded, wondering where Vivian was. She nearly asked, but he was handing her a ring of keys connected to a long chain.
"You will wear these, always."
Understood. She clipped the antique chatelaine at her waist. There were other ways she could carry the keys, but this requirement told Camille much about von Bauer. Madame Bergeron had worn a similar keyring at her waist. When he presented her uniform, a perfect replica of the one she'd worn as a chambermaid, she knew her suspicions were correct. This was a man who cared about appearances. He explained her duties in short, rapid sentences that made his French sound as guttural as his German. He gave her no restrictions on roaming the house, only that she must keep every room spotless, even the ones he never used. He finished his pompous speech by handing her a slip of paper.
"This is the menu for tonight. You will change nothing."
Giving her no time to ask questions, he exited the back door with a promise that he would return at 7 o'clock sharp and expected dinner precisely 30 minutes later. Once he was gone, Camille studied the menu and gasped. She was to create a 5-course, elegant dinner for 2. She was to serve champagne with the appetizer, a dry red with the main course, and a rare cognac after the dessert course. She was doomed to failure. In agony, she read to the bottom of the page and gave a sigh of relief. Von Bauer had included a name and telephone number to contact for the ingredients and another for the wine. She made the phone calls, and after explaining the situation, was guaranteed delivery by noon. That done, Camille went about investigating the house. She started in the kitchen, taking note of the stove, the oven, the industrial-size sink. At the pantry, she discovered someone had completed most of the shopping for the next 2 weeks. No rationing, it would seem, for SS officers and their mistresses. And certainly no quotas adhered to, as evidenced by the massive sacks of flour, butter, sugar, and coffee. Also cheese, pasta, bread, fresh vegetables. Camille fumed over the extravagance. If nothing else, she would find a use for the leftovers. For now, she set her mind on exploring the rest of the house. The ticking of a grandfather clock guided her back to the foyer. Its long shadow spread across the marble floor, the tip pointing directly to a winding staircase that led to the top 2 floors. Deep breath. She placed her hand on the banister, took another deep breath, and made the climb to the top. A dusty attic with nothing but an empty crate. She moved down to the 2nd level. There she found the master bedroom. Signs of von Bauer's demand for order were in the straight edges and precise positioning of the furniture. Expected, of course. But also there were pieces of Vivian here, too. A fashion magazine on an end table, stray red hairs on the decorative pillows, a bottle of red nail varnish in the bathroom, the dent in the pillow where she'd slept beside von Bauer. It gave Camille a jolt to see the physical proof of how far the American was willing to go to save innocent lives. Taking a final spin, she catalogued the art on the wall, most done by the masters, The exquisite furnishings, the bulk of them antiques. In the closet, she found von Bauer's clothes arranged by colour, mostly uniforms and several tailored suits. Vivian's dresses hung in another closet, along with her smart skirts and matching jackets. Her jewellery and furs, the ones Camille had once helped her hide, were back in her possession, resting in their cases. Surely von Bauer would have had questions when she'd retrieved the items from their hiding places. Or had he been the one to discover them? Had he returned them to Vivian only after he'd taken her as his mistress? Either scenario was possible. The result ultimately the same. Both of them getting what they wanted. Oh, Vivian, how real is this charade of yours? Camille was shaking by the time she walked out of the closet, both worried for her friend and suspicious of her loyalties. Her skin felt too tight on her face, and she wondered what else she would find if she dared look deep enough. She dared. A more thorough search revealed signs of the previous owners. A monogrammed handkerchief at the back of a drawer, a child's paper doll crushed under the sofa's cushions. Something shiny from beneath the armoire had her crouching down and pulling free a small book of some kind. With it caught between her splayed fingers, the heaviness indicated a precious metal had been forged for the cover, silver perhaps. She flipped open the lid and, after a bit of spinning and turning, realized she'd originally had the book upside down. Or was it backward? Flipping from left to right, no, right to left, she studied the foreign script, mostly letters and slashes in a language she didn't know. Except that she did know, or suspected. She was holding a small, decorative Hebrew Bible. She washed out her lungs with long, deep breaths of air, but nothing could erase her outrage or her personal guilt. She was to live and work in this house, and be well paid for her efforts, while others suffered. Clutching the book to her heart, Camille bit down on her bottom lip and prayed for the family who'd toiled to make this beautiful house their home. Please, Lord, keep them safe. Her next prayer was more personal. Forgive me. She'd allowed herself to believe her reasons for taking this job were morally right. So long as her loved ones were safe, she would be absolved. But in this room, with this beautiful, embellished book resting against her beating heart, the truth could not be ignored. Von Bauer had confiscated this home from a Jewish family, and Camille was complicit. Forgive me, Lord. Did Vivian know? Had she even tried to steer von Bauer to another house? Camille looked for answers in the rest of the rooms upstairs. She found little to explain this travesty, and nearly gave up hope, until she entered von Bauer's private study on the first floor. Here, she prayed, would be the answers she sought. Shelves filled with books wrapped around 3 of the 4 walls. A row of windows covered the remaining one. Camille walked over to take in the view, and there was her outrage again, clogging in her throat. A gazebo built in an octagonal shape sat at the very edge of the lawn. The ivy had been left to grow wild, winding up each of the 8 columns. A short path threaded between flower beds. There was a look of neglect, telling Camille that the previous occupants had been gone for some time. She returned her attention to the study itself. Von Bauer adhered to his ruthless order in his private domain, and that, she decided, was to her advantage. She went straight to his desk and got down to work, sorting through the various files, all in German. Camille was glad she'd kept her knowledge of the language to herself. Von Bauer hadn't bothered to put his important work under lock and key. Did he think her inability to speak his language rendered her impotent? The more she read, the more Camille learned about the Drancy facility. She discovered the number of buildings completed to date, the ones still under construction, the direct connection to the railway. She even found a list of the SS soldiers directly under von Bauer's command, and their specific job duties. With every piece of information gleaned, Camille thanked her mother for insisting she learn the language her father mumbled in his sleep. Her eyes landed on the word Durchgangslager. It took her a moment to piece together the root word with the rest, and when she finally put it all together, Her palm slammed against her mouth. The Germans had no plans to keep prisoners of war at the Drancy facility. They'd turned the failed housing project into a Durchgangslager, a transit camp for the Jews rounded up in Paris, as well as the rest of France. They were held at the facility only temporarily before being sent to concentration camps in Germany, but mostly Poland. Camille blinked, shocked, stunned. Her mind went immediately to Rachel. Was this the fate of her friend's father and brother? She had to know. If what she suspected was true, it would not give Rachel peace, but it would give her friend answers. Flipping through the file in her hand, then another and another, Camille eventually found a list of names, their accompanying ages, the dates of their arrests, and their assigned destination. Nazis were quite the meticulous record keepers. Camille ran her fingertip down the list of names, checking dates, moving quickly, her eyes following the same path on each page. Then she paused, gasped, felt the burn of tears. Everything in her went waxy and hard. There, beneath her finger, Ezra Berman, age 56, arrested on 14 May 1941, sent to Pithiviers in Loire, transferred to Drancy 9 months later, then sent on to a concentration camp in Poland, Auschwitz. A sob slipped past her rigid lips as she read the next line. Schulke Berman, age 18, arrested on 14 May 1941, sent to Pithiviers in Loire, then to Drancy, then also to Auschwitz. Another sob rose in Camille's throat. This time she buried her grief and anger. She had to tell Rachel. Would her friend even open the door? After her last visit, Camille wasn't sure. But she had to try. Tomorrow. She would go tomorrow. Another thought came, one that brought such urgency that Camille collapsed into the chair, the hinges barely creaking under her slight weight. More arrests were happening every day. Most of the detainees to date had been Jewish men, immigrants first, then French-born. Would women and children be next? Camille continued her search through the files and ledgers, biting her tongue to keep her howls of outrage silent. She found nothing concrete, nothing but an uneasy feeling in the pit of her stomach. Von Bauer had documentation of what had already occurred. Nothing of what was to come. That didn't mean Rachel and her mother were safe. Resolve pushed Camille to her feet. Panic for her friend sent her flipping through every file again. Such a cold, hard collection of data. Men who would keep these sorts of records would think nothing of killing every Jew in France, including women and children. Camille must find a way to get Rachel and her mother out of Paris. The women would need new identity cards, travel visas, transportation, a route of escape. Camille knew of only one person who could gain all four. The person who kept putting her off. But now matters were worse, dire even. Oh yes, she would approach Vivian, and this time she would not be ignored.
Chapter 28. Vivian. March 1942. Von Bauer's home, Seine-Saint-Denis Department, Paris, France. Vivian entered Von Bauer's house, mentally choosing her wardrobe for dinner while also reviewing her meeting with Frank Meyer. Her forger had been arrested, or so she assumed now that he'd missed 2 of their scheduled meetings. This had left her with a significant time constraint for her current project. She'd turned to the Ritz's bartender to find her another. He'd introduced her to a Turkish fellow with a long resume of successfully forged documents and a quick hand. She'd hired him on the spot for a set of identity papers she owed a couple looking to escape Europe with their daughter, who'd been born with a club foot. She'd met the girl today, a sweet child of 13. Her curly red hair and green eyes were a reminder of Vivian's younger self, and, in that moment, she'd vowed to the child's parents that she would get them out of France. It was a promise she meant to keep. They'd been appreciative, impossibly so, and their gratitude had been a balm to her soul. The sensation had faded almost instantly. How many lives would Vivian need to save to erase the night she spent in von Bauer's bed? Frowning, she stepped into the foyer and paused. The air felt different. She'd barely taken 3 steps when she heard someone call out, "Hello? Is someone there?" Vivian recognized the voice at once and remembered Camille had been slated to move in today. The sound of footsteps heralded the girl's appearance, her eyes wild and unfocused, and Vivian knew the cause. "He's given you the menu for tonight's meal." It was to be Camille's first test. Vivian had recognized Arab's intentions and had stocked the pantry herself in an effort to assist the girl. The cooking, the presentation, the serving, the acquiring of special ingredients, that would all be up to her. She was still thinking about the impossible task von Bauer had set before Camille when she realized the girl hadn't said a word. She stood in the foyer, her face covered in shadows, and Vivian was instantly on the move, hurrying toward her, desperate to understand the source of her agitation. She took her painfully thin shoulders, felt the trembling in her own bones, and one thought filled her mind. Von Bauer had assaulted her. She should not have brought the girl into this house. Wrong, so wrong of her. She'd been selfish, attempting to provide herself with an ally. Instead, she'd brought devastation into Camille's young life. "What's happened?" she asked. "Did he hurt you?" She shook her head. Her relief was short-lived. "Your sister, has she taken a turn for the worse?" Camille whimpered softly, as if she couldn't hold back her emotions, and Vivian knew that whatever had occurred, it was bad. Very bad. "Tell me, Camille. Tell me what's happened." Finally, the girl seemed to get a hold of herself and produced some semblance of control, at least in the way she held her body, her spine now straight as an iron rod. "It's the roundups," she began. Then came the soft whimper again. "Say, eat, but, Vivian, it's ghastly, just awful. I need to do something, but what?" Vivian's legs were suddenly weak, and she wanted to sit, but she didn't give in to the sensation. "Your sister." She swallowed back the bile rising from her stomach. "They took her." "No, praise God, Jacqueline is safe in the care of her doctor." For a brief second, something sweet and lovely passed in the girl's eyes, then instantly vanished. "It's Rachel's father, her brother, and others like them." Her eyes filled with a fevered expression, something between terror and panic, but also fury. "They have been sent to a camp in Poland, to a death camp." "You are sure of this? They were sent to a death camp, not an internment camp?" "The numbers don't add up." She put her head in her hands and spoke through her splayed fingers. "Too many are being sent to the same facility. No one camp could house so many." Such specific information did not come from innocent sources. "You know this, how?" Vivian took the girl by the arm, practically dragging her to a chair before forcing her to sit. "Tell me, Camille, how did you come by this information?" The girl shook her head, her eyes not quite meeting Vivian's. "It doesn't matter." Oh, but it did. Vivian couldn't bear to think what Der Rab would do if he caught the girl rummaging through his personal correspondence. Even Vivian didn't dare it. "Camille!" Fear coated her voice, and the girl winced in response. "Good. She should be as afraid. You cannot take such risks. Mon Dieu, you cannot search his private office." Vivian thought at first that maybe the girl understood the danger she'd put herself in. She nodded, after all, but she did so absently. And then words were rolling out of her mouth in a rush. "I fear the arrests will include women and children next. But you said your sister was safe. The Nazis don't seem concerned with the mentally ill in France. It is the Jews they target here." Camille stared at the floor. When she looked up, her face appeared gaunt and shadowed, as if resistant to light. "What of Rochelle and her mother? We must help them." At last, the source of the girl's anxiety became clear. "You're worried about your Jewish friend, the chambermaid from the Ritz you asked me to watch over." It was the wrong thing to say. The floodgates opened, and Camille's concern for her friend drenched the room. "A single decision. A sweep of a pen, that's all it would take, and the next round of arrests would include all Jews, not just male immigrants." Vivian's gut told her Camille had cause to worry. Only yesterday, she'd witnessed the arrest of a wealthy French Jew who thought himself safe because of his money and connections in the Foreign Office. The Gestapo and the French police came in the afternoon, in broad daylight, working in tandem. Vivian had been taking tea with Coco Chanel, doing her best to ferret out the designer's loyalties at Frank Meyer's request. The scene had played out quickly. A man seized, his female companion as well, the latter screaming, the former earning a fist to his face for resisting. Vivian shuddered at the memory. She would not wish such a fate for Camille's friends. She would not wish that for Camille, either. "You must not look through von Bauer's files ever again." The girl made a choking sound in her throat. "Can you help Rochelle and her mother? You are the only person I know who can get them out of France." There was such trust in Camille's eyes. Vivian didn't want to be the cause of all that unbridled hope staring back at her. She was not that powerful, or connected, and, more importantly, not at all certain she would be able to acquire the necessary documents, much less the rest. A viable escape route, an escort through the mountains, transportation once they were in Spain. Money. Her network had grown, true, but one false move and the links were broken. "This is not a small thing you ask." Camille's face suddenly went fierce, eyebrows drawn low. "How many more roundups will it take before good people stop looking the other way and start standing against evil? How many fractured families must watch their loved ones stolen from them?" Vivian didn't have answers to the girl's questions. She didn't have solutions. "Please, I beg you, help my friends." She would have to call in favors, the few she had left. But if Vivian refused to help Camille and her friends were arrested, no, it didn't bear thinking. "I will consider this on one condition." "Anything," Camille vowed. "You must never snoop among von Bauer's private papers again. No, don't interrupt me." She lifted a hand when Camille opened her mouth. "This is not negotiable." "If I am to help your friend and her mother," Vivian nodded, "if I am to help these women, You will not put yourself in danger ever again. Say it, Camille. Say you will never snoop among von Bauer's things again. Never again. It will take time. The girl looked into Vivian's eyes, her gaze steady. You'll do it? I'll do it. As if to mark the occasion, the clock struck the hour. 2 chimes, echoing in Vivian's mind over and over, long past the final strike, long past Camille's departure to the kitchen. Alone, she closed her eyes and, still hearing the clock in her head, thought, 2 chimes for 2 lives. As with the Jewish family she'd met this morning, Vivian made a silent vow to Rachel and her mother. I will not fail you. She would make it her life's mission to help them escape France. She would do it for Camille, for Rupert's legacy, but most of all, for all the people she couldn't save. That was her vow. That was her promise.
Chapter 29. Rachel. 1st April, 1942. The Berman apartment, Paris, France. Rachel tried not to think about her disastrous visit with Camille, but the words they'd exchanged, and the ones they hadn't spoken, weren't easy to dismiss. A week had come and gone, and with each day that passed, she wondered why she didn't regret her own behaviour more. She'd always been able to see both sides of an argument, but life had turned hard, with the sorrows too great and the joys too few, and somewhere along the way, Rachel had lost a piece of herself, the part that embraced the notion of fairness. Camille had meant well, she understood that, and the food she'd confiscated from the hotel had restored some of her mother's strength, Rachel's as well, giving her the energy to stand in long lines for whatever rationed food was available. Which wasn't much. Food was scarce everywhere, but nearly non-existent for Jews, who were forced to stand at the back of every line. She should have shown more gratitude for Camille's gift. Rachel blamed her rudeness on her constant worry for her father and brother, for her absent sister, who still hadn't contacted them. She wanted to howl in frustration, if only she could find the desire. The emptiness inside, this awful absence of feeling. It was as if the darkness in her life had dug a deep pit in her very core. Every free moment, she poured all her feelings out onto the pages of her journal, but nothing could erase the silence that crept into her soul every night as she laid her head on her lumpy pillow. Despair ate at her. She tried to wait out the sensation, to go blank, or simply disappear into nothingness, but always something pulled her back from the abyss. The sound of the door creaking on its hinges did so now, and then a soft, familiar voice said, "Rachel? Madame Berman? Are you home?" Rachel swiveled in her chair, craning her neck to glimpse the friend she'd banished from the apartment. Camille was proving to be a stubborn woman. "Hello?" came the tentative greeting again, the hinges creaking louder, a stark reminder that the locks had been taken, along with the telephone and wireless. They'd even shut off the water. "Rachel? Camille?" Her heart thrummed at the sight of her friend, now standing inside the apartment, another bag slung over her shoulder. More charity, so very needed, yet so very unwelcome. In that moment, Rachel forgot her remorse over their last meeting, and the childhood lessons on politeness her parents had instilled in her, and asked, bluntly, irritably, "Why are you here? Please, don't turn me away." Camille moved deeper into the room, a contrite look on her face, but all Rachel could see was the satchel she carried. Her very survival, her mother's as well, was collected inside that nondescript canvas bag. I come with news. Not good news, Rochelle sensed. It's about your father and brother. No, not good news, but information she desperately wanted. To her shame, her mind wasn't on her father or her brother, but on her empty stomach. She couldn't take her eyes off the bag slung over Camille's shoulder, and what it meant. Survival. A sick feeling filled Rochelle, guilt that her desire for food outweighed her need for answers. She didn't want to be this selfish, but there was no room for noble pursuits on an empty belly. Rochelle had to think about her mother, and the promise she'd given her father in the police station on the day of his arrest. She sighed, knowing she would accept Camille's charity, and this time she would show more gratitude. Come in. She stepped forward, and was suddenly aware of the stench coming off her own unwashed body, and how the wavy locks of her hair, that had once been her shining glory, hung in greasy clumps, the way her clothes hung on her emaciated frame, and gave her the look of an underfed child. Camille touched her arm as she moved past, the connection brief, and yet that small kindness brought a burning sensation to the back of Rochelle's throat. At least one person in Paris didn't view her as vile. One person who, even in Rochelle's current state, saw her as human. One person. A friend. Again, Rochelle regretted her earlier resentment. Or rather, she wanted to feel regret, but she couldn't seem to swallow it down completely. Camille set the bag on the table, without a single hint of pity in her movements, and for that, at least, Rochelle was grateful. For that, she could muster up the courage to say 2 simple words. Thank you. I wish it was more. The tears clogging in her throat moved into her eyes, and Rochelle had to swallow several times to hold them back. When she was finally able to speak again, the words came out in a rush. You said you have news? Can we sit? No, she wanted to shout. No, 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 she didn't want to sit. She didn't want to hear what Camille had learned. She wanted to continue believing her father and brother would come home. Any day they would walk through the door. But the sadness in Camille's eyes, the hunch of her shoulders, told a different story, and Rochelle knew they were gone for good. At least her mother was still abed, and wouldn't have to hear the truth from anyone but Rochelle. All right, let's sit. She pulled out a chair at the kitchen table. Camille did the same, then reached across the divide and took Rochelle's hand. Her touch was nearly as gentle as before, and Rochelle's resentment ignited all over again. Camille looked so strong, so healthy, so safe in the knowledge she was not a target of Nazi hate. She was also loyal, and did not have to come bearing food and important news, and Rochelle wanted this meeting to be easier. Tell me what you know. My employer works at the facility in Drancy, the one the German army originally slotted as a camp for prisoners of war. Originally? Rochelle's mind hooked on that one word, dreading what it meant, but needing to know the truth. But not anymore? No. Her friend gave a sad shake of her head. The SS took command and turned the compound into a transit camp. A transit camp? Rochelle asked, unable to comprehend what this information meant for her father and brother, except that maybe, sadly, she did. It's a facility where the Nazis hold detainees before transporting them to other, she swallowed, detainee centers in Germany, and, as I recently discovered, Poland. Rochelle lost her breath a moment. Detainee centers. She squeezed out the words past her suddenly parched lips. You mean concentration camps? Oui, yes, concentration camps. Camille looked stricken, the colour leaking from her face, as surely as Rochelle felt the heat leaving her own. There it was again, that tingle of recognition that her father and brother were lost. She felt the fatigue of the past year pull on her heart, and her next words were full of grief. Tell me the rest, Camille. All of it. My employer is a scrupulous record-keeper. He has ledgers that list the names of Jewish males arrested in the French and German roundups, where the detainees were initially sent, and for how long they were there. There are other lists that have the date of their transfer to Drancy, and then... She swallowed again, then looked up to the ceiling, as if searching for her next words in the cracked plaster. The date they were transported out of France to a concentration camp in Poland. It's called Auschwitz. Rochelle felt her fingers tightening into fists. Her teeth gnashed together, and the taste in her mouth grew foul and bitter. You found my father and brother in these ledgers. Grief filled her friend's gaze. They were sent to Auschwitz. Rochelle heard the words and knew them to be terrible, but she also had hope. Her father and brother were alive. They were in Poland, at a concentration camp. Not dead. Alive, and... The moment of relief was squashed instantly by the sight of tears in her friend's eyes. What aren't you telling me? They were sent to Auschwitz with thousands of other men. The trains leave daily. Daily, Rochelle. And always to the same destination. To a single concentration camp. Camille was openly crying now. So was Rochelle. Big, fat tears she didn't bother wiping away, because the numbers told a harrowing tale that could not be dismissed. Auschwitz was a death camp. Rochelle's father and brother had been sent to a death camp. She couldn't breathe. When will this nightmare be over? Never. It would never be over until the Germans were defeated. Not even then. Too many innocent souls had already been lost. Her father, her brother, both surely gone. No. No. Her mind would not accept this awful news. Camille was talking again, but Rochelle didn't want to hear any more. She wanted to hit something, someone. Camille. How satisfying it would be to take out her anger on her friend. It's your only chance, Rochelle. You and your mother must leave Paris. She'd said nearly the same words to her father 2 years ago, and now it was Rochelle denying the idea. How? Our identity cards mark us as Jews. I have a plan to secure new documents for you and your mother, including travel visas. It was exactly what Basha had promised. Would Camille have greater success, or would she disappear as her own sister had done? Say you come through with these new documents. Her fears, her hopes and dreams, the instinctual need to survive, all of it was buried in the shaky tenor of her voice. What then? We are working on a plan to get you out of the city, then out of France entirely. Who is we? Camille broke eye contact. It's better you don't know. Rochelle's mind calculated wildly. This chance of escape would mean leaving France and giving up hope her father and brother would somehow return, but it would also mean saving her mother. How long will it take to coordinate our escape? A few weeks? Maybe longer, maybe less. It depends on the forger. Do I have your permission to continue this escape plan? She thought of her mother, which made her decision for her. I'd like to know the details. Barring that, yes. They spoke only a few minutes longer, with Rochelle also agreeing to let her friend continue bringing her food in the interim, and Camille promising not to fail her. When Rochelle closed the door behind her, her mind was reeling from all that she'd learned. Could grief and hope exist at the same time? How did she mourn her father and brother while feeling unconscionable relief that she could possibly save her mother? The older woman emerged from her room, looking frantically around. I heard the door. Are they... It was only my friend Camille. Rochelle picked up the satchel her friend had conspicuously left and set it on the kitchen table. She brought us more food. Oh. Her mother rummaged through the contents of the canvas bag, her movements listless and somewhat indifferent. Rochelle watched her, her love a physical ache in her chest. Ilka Berman was all the family she had left, and she'd promised her father she would keep her safe. Escaping France was the only way she could do that. It would not be easy convincing her mother to leave. Did Rochelle tell this fragile shell of a woman that they could escape France, but only if they gave up waiting for the men in their family to return? There were so many unknowns, and too many details that hadn't been put into place. No, Rochelle decided. She would not tell her mother what she'd learned from Camille. For now, she would carry this burden alone.
Chapter 30. Camille. June 1942. Von Bauer's home. Seine-Saint-Denis Department. Paris, France. 2 months later, and after several successful deliveries of food to Rachel and her mother, Camille still waited for Vivian to pull together the Bermans' escape plan. Each time she visited Rachel, she had few details to share. She saw the grief in her friend, and knew it would be hard to leave Paris. But it was the best way to start a new life, where the Nazis couldn't hurt her. That place would not be in Europe. Wireless broadcasts reported German victories daily. America's entry in the war had not slowed them down. But Hitler was so caught up in winning the war on the continent, while pushing toward Russia, that he had not put troops on American soil. In that, Camille found hope for Rachel and her mother. They would be safe on the other side of the Atlantic. Vivian claimed she was working on the details, but her assertions that these things take time, and many details must fall into place, brought Camille great concern. She entered the kitchen, still pondering the delays that kept cropping up, and set her mind on tonight's task. Von Bauer was hosting an intimate dinner party for 4. Vivian would be the only woman at the table. He'd given Camille precise instructions, as was his habit, before exiting the house this morning. The menu was to include vichyssoise as the first course, a fruit salad with strawberries and bananas, followed by sea bass and asparagus for the main dish. She was to end the night with individual chocolate soufflés that must rival any Michelin 3-star restaurant in Paris. He also expected fine wines and a minimum of 3 centerpieces of fresh cut flowers arranged in crystal vases. Camille had searched the house for the elusive vases. Vivian suggested she try the basement, which brought no small amount of dread. Camille had avoided that area of the house for personal reasons, and it had never been a problem. Until today. Having put off the task long enough, she opened the door and stood perfectly still, as memories from another time in another basement assaulted her. Even now, 7 years after that horrible day, she could hear Jacqueline's screams in her head. The smells were in her nose as well. The scent of gunpowder, her father's blood, mixed with death. No, she couldn't go down into the basement. She had to do it. Von Bauer would know she'd avoided this trip into the dark recesses of the house. There was no choice. She took her first tentative step, bracing for the images she kept hidden in her mind. They came quickly and followed her to the bottom of the stairs. The smell was nearly unbearable, a nausea-inducing mix of mold and wet wool, and something that came from a dead animal. Some sort of rodent, she guessed. A rat. Would she never be free of the monstrous little creatures? Camille found a lone light bulb hanging by a single wire and pulled on the string. The scurrying of claws over concrete, the flash of black fur, a pink tail, and then she was blissfully alone with only the terrible stench. Dust bunnies scattered under her foot, warning she was the first in a long time to venture this deep into the bowels of the house. That should have comforted her. But spiders stared at her from their sticky webs suspended in the corners. She looked away and focused on the racks full of forgotten canned goods. Sacks of flour and sugar, butter and coffee filled another. Nearly every item was neatly aligned side by side and in bulk. Had that been von Bauer's doing? Vivian's? Or perhaps the previous occupants had anticipated shortages and prepared accordingly. That would explain the layers of dust. Camille thought back, and remembered that Vivian's suggestion to look for the vases in the basement had been a passing remark, not a definitive solution. She found several vases on one of the shelves, and breathed a sigh of relief as she clutched 3 of them to her. Deed done, she worked her way back to the stairwell, her pace fast and nimble. Then something cold snaking around her ankles made her scream. She nearly shot up the steps, but took an instant to look down, and saw it was only a draught. Coming from where? A quick scan revealed the windows were shuttered from the inside. Something nagged at her, a memory she couldn't quite catch. There, then gone. Head cocked, she moved closer to the shelves with the canned fruit and... aha! She felt the draught again, coming from beneath the rack itself. Perhaps there was a hole in the wall. That would explain the rodents. Setting the vases on the floor, she peeked beneath the rack. There was a thin gap running parallel to the floor. That vague memory nagged at her again, and she stood, the keyring slapping against her hip bone as she wiped her hands on the apron. The memory tugged harder, bringing images slowly, eventually, into focus. Another room. A large piece of furniture. Vivian's furs hidden away. Of course. Of course. Camille moved the rack aside, which required a lot of pulling and pushing and moving from one side to the other. And yes, there it was, the outline of a small door. There was no handle, only a padlock. After several misfires, Camille found the key. The door swung inward, and a whoosh of stale air swept over her. Well, well. She'd found a secret tunnel. Where did it go? She checked her watch. There were hours before von Bauer's return. She needed only a few minutes. Hurrying now, she retrieved a flashlight from the kitchen, and steeling herself against her awful, awful memories, she made the descent back into the basement. A sound had her stopping midway down. She held her breath, waited, listened. Nothing. Just an old house with old bones settling into itself. Blowing out a breath, she continued. At the edge of the tunnel, sweat broke out on her forehead, and her stomach tried to jump to her throat as she stared at the nothingness in front of her. She flicked on the light, and yes, it was indeed a tunnel, cut into soil and rocks. Again she tried to work out where it led, knowing there was only one way to find out. She took a tentative step, swept the light left to right, up and down. Another step. Another sweep. She continued in this manner. Step, sweep, step, sweep. The narrow passageway was supported by wooden joints and beams that required Camille to bend low or risk hitting her head. An uneasy feeling grabbed her. A sense that this was not a place where happiness had lived. The previous owners of the house came to her. A family of Jews, targeted by Nazis. She did not like the conclusions that filled her mind. She called out, "Hello?" An echo was her only response. Suddenly afraid of what she would find, she thought to turn back, but the smell of death was absent, and some inner need urged her forward, a sense that she must find out what lay at the other end of this tunnel. Each step required courage she hadn't tapped into since coming upon her father in their basement. Time seemed to bend and shift, taking Camille back to that moment of dark discovery. She nearly turned back. But no. You can do this. The tunnel got smaller, and then suddenly opened into a larger space, no longer made from dirt and rocks supported by wooden beams, but a room made of concrete. Not a room, a bunker, sturdy but hastily constructed, as evidenced by the cracks in the floor. Camille passed the light through the space. The beam landed on a small cot with a blanket and pillow. A woman's hairbrush lay discarded on the milk crate beside it, along with a small stockpile of candles, matches. To her right stood another cot, and still another. The third one was half the size as the other two, for a child, no doubt, and that made Camille's heart twist in her chest. She found a tattered stuffed bear, and a picture book for toddlers, the pages worn from constant use. Something thin and shiny caught her eye from one of the cracks. Camille wiggled it free, and a long gilt chain unspooled in her hand. At the end hung a 6-point star, the Star of David. A Jewish family had lived here, probably the owners of the house. They were gone now, and by all accounts had left in a hurry. Or had they been dragged out? No, Camille would have seen evidence of a struggle. She would have also seen signs that von Bauer knew about this bunker. This bunker had kept the family hidden and alive. The thought brought Camille a level of peace, and she immediately thought of Rachel. If Vivian failed to come through with an escape plan, Rachel and her mother could hide in here, at least temporarily, right under von Bauer's nose. A desperate last resort, but it was a better plan than none at all.
Chapter 31. Rachel. June 1942. The Berman apartment, Paris, France. The Vichy government passed another ordinance on the 7th day of June. Every Jew in Paris was required to wear a yellow star sewn on the outside of their clothing. The punishment for not doing so was arrest. It was bad enough that they'd shown a film last year detailing the physical traits of a Jew so that Parisians could identify them properly. Now they were to mark themselves with this star, sufficiently setting them apart from other French citizens, labelling them as something to be avoided, ignored, or, in some cases, mistreated in public. Humiliation to go with her empty stomach. Rachel's salvation was her journal. She filled page after page with thoughts too intense to share with her mother. The book had become a chronicle of her lost hope and growing resentment. She held nothing back in her writings. She ranted. She railed. If only her father had trusted their neighbours less. If only they'd left Paris in the mass exodus. If only. Rachel flung her pencil across the room. It hit the floor, slid across the room, and landed with a thud against the baseboard. Her stomach twisted and growled. Food. She and her mother needed food. It would mean standing at the back of more lines, wearing the hideous yellow star. She thought of Camille then, both wishing her friend would come bearing another satchel of food, and dreading the moment she would be forced to take the charity so faithfully offered. Or maybe Camille would come with the promised escape plan, and Rachel could flee Paris with her mother. Would Ilka Berman leave the city, the country itself? Not if she believed her husband and son would one day return. Rachel had yet to find the words to tell her mother what she knew of their fate. She tried on several occasions, but something always held her back. Right now, finding food was her priority. It would be good to get out of the apartment. The silence, the lack of male voices, was all too much. Swallowing her pride, Rachel put on the dress with the yellow star. She would walk the streets today, bearing the mark of a Jew, but she would do it with her head high, her gaze steady. She would not show shame, as the Nazis and Vichy government wanted of her. The more restrictions they put on her, the more men they rounded up and sent away, the more pride Rachel found in who she was, a Jew. Rachel, her mother called from the kitchen. Are you going somewhere? Oui, to stand in line for bread. It's not safe to go out alone. It was no more dangerous than staying at home. The French police and their German counterparts in the Gestapo knew where they lived. Any day, a member of either police force could show up at their door again, this time to arrest the Berman women left behind. Rachel's stomach rolled in on itself, reminding her of the empty hole that required filling. I don't know how long I'll be. It could take hours, half the day, perhaps right up until curfew. Sighing, she grabbed her handbag, the ration coupons tucked inside, and, rather optimistically, looped her arm through an empty basket in case she was lucky enough to find a shop willing to serve a Jewish woman wearing a yellow star. Her mother met her at the door. I'm coming with you. Rochelle hesitated only a moment. The stubborn set of her mouth and jaw was reminiscent of the woman from her childhood. She wanted to spend time with that woman, her mother. I'd like that. We must stand together. Emotion rolled up Rochelle's throat. Her mother had been strong like this once upon a time, vibrantly alive, and even if this was only a brief glimpse into the woman she remembered, it was enough. I love you, Mama. Her mother gave her a fierce hug in response. You can carry this. Rochelle passed over the basket, and they took to the streets, hand in hand. The noise was shocking, made louder after weeks of silence in the apartment. Paris was the same, and yet different. What had once been Rochelle's city, her home, was now foreign territory. French children ran past them and shouted at each other. Horns honked, bicycles whooshed by. Along the thoroughfare, shops and restaurants were open for business, but with signs barring Jews' entry. Her mother averted her gaze, and she now wore the look of quiet despair. How are we to buy bread if we are not allowed in any of the usual shops? I don't know. We must try, though. Bold words, but as they continued up one street and down another, apprehension crawled up Rochelle's throat. Wandering gazes locked onto the yellow star on her dress. Few of the eyes that met hers seemed shocked. Some people smiled at Rochelle and her mother. Others gave a silent nod. A few offered covert winks. But most looked away or whispered behind their hands. Centuries of assimilation in French society, and this was what it meant to be a Jew in Paris. Rochelle would not be intimidated. She would show pride in who she was, embrace her identity. She'd been born a Jew, a whole and deserving woman, with thoughts and dreams and feelings that could be hurt, with flesh that could be destroyed. Her fingers tightened around her mother's hand, for she swallowed the bitter remarks on her tongue. For Ilka Berman's sake, Rochelle would keep from antagonizing the people who so clearly thought to antagonize her. I have never felt more conspicuous, her mother whispered, out of the side of her mouth. Conspicuous, yes, but not alone. Other Jewish women had taken to the streets. She nodded to one, an older woman, her yellow star prominent on her perfectly pressed dress. Their eyes held for only a moment, but an entire world of meaning passed between them that could not be put into words. Sufficiently bolstered, Rochelle adjusted the bag she'd slung over her shoulder. It was heavier than it looked, due to the books and journals she stuffed inside, along with some of her mother's yarn. No locks meant anyone could walk into the apartment and take what they pleased. They attempted a line at a bakery and were immediately shooed away. They tried another and another, always with the same response. Finally, they found one that allowed them to join the back of the queue. They waited, arms linked, and quietly, boldly endured the stares, the whispers, the slurs. Rochelle had thought herself desensitized, but her time at the Ritz had not prepared her for the German soldier standing guard at the bakery's entrance. Jews are not allowed in this shop. All that time, wasted. There was no other place to go but home. They arrived at the apartment defeated, empty-handed, bellies still so very empty. Another day without food. They could not last much longer. Escape was their only chance for survival. Rochelle slumped on the sofa and thought, please, Camille, come through for us.
Chapter 32. Camille. 14 July 1942. Von Bauer's home. Seine-Saint-Denis Department, Paris, France. Camille's patience had all but vanished. Just this morning she'd pressed Vivian again for news of Rachel and her mother's escape. The American had given her the same vague answer as always. These things take time. Time, Camille feared, was the one commodity the Burmans didn't have, and so she'd pressed harder. Vivian had admitted she was having trouble securing the identity cards, but assured Camille it was nothing we can overcome. She had then gone on to say that she'd met with the young woman who would escort Rachel and her mother out of Paris. The route would take them into the Free Zone, then over the Pyrenees Mountains, and eventually into Spain. Once there, they would be free. The explanation had eased Camille's mind somewhat, but now, as she served the main course of sea bass and asparagus to von Bauer and his guests, she shook with frustration. A sense of foreboding ate at her. Get a hold of yourself. Von Bauer would notice if her hand shook. He made impossible demands, often expecting Camille to be two people. Cook the meal, serve the meal. She placed the first plate in front of von Bauer as instructed, and moved counterclockwise around the table, finishing with Vivian. He watched her with those spooky, pale eyes, making her feel uncomfortable and somehow dirty. There were only 4 people at the table tonight: Vivian, von Bauer, the commandant of the Drancy camp, and one other man who wore the blue tunic of the French police. His face had a lot of nose and very little chin, plus shockingly small black eyes set deep in hollow sockets. The German was not so completely unappealing as his French companion, but not as attractive as von Bauer either. All but attempting to melt into the woodwork, Camille stared at Vivian, and realized she was on edge too, even though she looked quite at home among all these terrible men. Her eyes flicked to von Bauer just once. Whatever she saw in his face made her flinch. Camille wanted to sympathize with the American, but there she was, dripping in colourful jewels and dressed in a fashionable gown. She was the picture of a queen happily holding court, laughing, smiling, drinking expensive champagne. Camille had a sudden, almost violent urge to grab her friend and shake some sense into her. What was Vivian thinking? Enjoying the masculine attention instead of securing the necessary documents for the Burman's escape. She promised to come through for them, at great risk to herself. It was the simple, complicated truth, and so Camille swallowed her irritation and removed the empty plates before serving the next course. She made her sweep around the table once again, placing the final dish in front of Vivian. She turned to go. Von Bauer stopped her retreat. "We will take our coffee in the blue parlour." "I'll help with the tray," Vivian suggested, waiting until they were alone to explain, "I wanted to speak with you while he's occupied with his friends." Not sure what she heard in the other woman's voice, Camille set down the dirty dishes and began preparing a tray with coffee she'd brewed earlier, sugar, cream, and plated the individual soufflés. "I have unfortunate news." Looking over her shoulder, Vivian leaned in close and said, "There's been an unexpected development in our little project." Camille stiffened. "What kind of development?" "My forger was arrested," she said, her voice barely audible. Camille tried to speak, to no avail. The devastation she felt for Rachel, but also her concern for the forger, left her unable to think clearly. "Have they hurt him, killed him, sent him to a concentration camp?" How did she ask such questions? "Is he... I don't know his fate." "I'm sorry." The words beat in her ears, heartfelt, yet also unhelpful. Vivian looked at Camille in that way she sometimes had, as if she knew what she was thinking. "There is another who will supply the papers." She touched her arm. "I will succeed in our quest, Camille. Your friends will soon be free of this nightmare country." Another promise made, in a time when there were no guarantees. Camille thought of her sister then, and Pierre Garnier's promise, spoken with the same ferocity, and she felt a little less anxious, but also overwhelmed. The utter uselessness of so few brave souls up against men like the one sitting in the parlour, drinking coffee with real sugar and cream, while making their sinister plans to rid the world of good, innocent people. Frustration lodged lump-like in her throat. "You will tell me when the plans are complete?" "You will be the first to know." Mind working through other alternatives if Vivian failed, Camille picked up the tray and left the kitchen ahead of her friend. The light was brighter in the sitting room, alarmingly so. She squinted. The Frenchman was talking in German, as if that alone would prevent her from eavesdropping, which, as far as he knew, it did. His hands moved rapidly, a sense of glee apparent in every rotation of those bony wrists.
"Once we have the bulk of them in the Valdiv, we will begin busing them to your facility for immediate departure to—"
He lifted a brow.
"We'll decide that on our end."
This from von Bauer, his voice filled with finality.
"Sehr gut."
The Frenchman spoke in the tone of a seasoned businessman discussing a shipment of goods rather than people. Needing details, wanting them for Rachel's sake, Camille moved closer. Only at the last minute did she remember to force a vacant look in her eyes as she served the coffee. Behind that expression, her mind worked quickly, straining to catch every word. As the conversation continued, she realized Drancy was officially under the control of the French police. That made sense. They orchestrated most of the roundups. The SS oversaw the housing of the detainees and their eventual transportation to German-run concentration camps. A team effort that proved France's official collaboration with their occupiers. Camille found herself engulfed in a rage so strong that she had to look away for fear of revealing her thoughts.
"How many do you anticipate in this mass arrest?"
asked von Bauer.
"Somewhere between 20 and 30,000 Parisian Jews."
This outrageous number seemed to confuse the two Nazis, Camille as well. Von Bauer spoke the question they were all thinking.
"There can't be that many Jewish males left in Paris."
"There aren't." The Frenchman puffed out his chest, a peacock showing off his plume.
"This roundup will include women and children."
Von Bauer was not impressed, as evidenced by his look of disbelief.
"I wasn't aware the French police had that sort of manpower." "We have enough. After all, we are talking about Jewish women and children. They are like cows, stupid and weak. They will go willingly."
Camille bit the inside of her bottom lip to keep from shouting at the ugly little man. The tinny taste of blood rolled across her tongue. The French police could not be so cruel, so vicious. They wouldn't arrest women and children. But of course they could, and they would. She saw the truth in the beady black eyes flashing with sick satisfaction. Fragments of feeling wanted to bleed through her horror. Rachel, her mother. She had to warn them. No, she had to get them out of Paris tonight. She looked at Vivian and saw no help there. Her vague, bored expression seemed far too real. Besides, only minutes ago she'd told Camille the forged documents weren't ready. There had to be another way. Another option, another... The bunker. Of course. The bunker. Von Bauer would never think to look for Jews hiding beneath his house. It would be dangerous. But with the proper amount of subterfuge, Camille could hide Rachel and her mother for a few days, maybe longer. Her hands clasped together at her waist. The feel of the ridiculous chatelaine imprinted against her wrist gave her an idea. There was only this one set of keys. She could lock the doors after von Bauer left for work, and unlock them before he arrived home, he none the wiser. If he made to return unexpectedly, he would have to knock to get inside. It could work. Camille would make it work. Time was her greatest enemy. She carefully, slowly moved toward the exit. then realized she was still required to wait on these foul, awful men with their foul, awful plans. She forced herself to remain calm and show nothing of her knowledge on her face. Von Bauer called for a refill. Camille poured more coffee into his cup, moving as if her body belonged to someone else, a woman who didn't comprehend the German language. She scanned the occupants of the room from beneath her lashes, understanding as she hadn't before why this small group of men had come here tonight. Players in another roundup that would be the worst one yet. Finally, she served the last of the coffee, took a deep breath, and slipped out of the room, her pace slow and steady so she didn't call attention to herself. Hovering in the hallway, empty tray in hand, she strained to hear the rest of their evil plans. She knew the roundups were to take place. She knew where the women and children would be taken, at least initially. But she didn't know the ultimate destination for all those innocent souls. Or the dates. She heard the rustle of papers being handed off from one man to another. Every detail would be written on those pages. She would have to wait until the household was asleep and, slim though the possibility was, pray the documents didn't walk out the door with von Bauer's superior officer. Stitching her lips tightly together, Camille returned to the kitchen and made herself clean the remains of the dinner party as quickly as possible. Her eyes lit on the half-eaten food on 3 of the 4 plates. Such waste. A noise sounded behind her, and she froze, hands submerged in soapy water. Vivian came to stand beside her. Her face was pale, and her green eyes swam with unspoken grief. "I didn't know you spoke German." Vivian sighed. "Until I saw your face just now, I didn't know you did either." She shook her head in defeat. "I'll do my best to expedite the process we've already put into motion. I don't know how long we have before the roundup." That horrid little Frenchman didn't reveal the date aloud. He merely handed von Bauer the paperwork. So the information was in writing. Camille simply needed to get a look at the documents to know how to proceed. This was her opportunity to tell Vivian about the bunker. Something held her back. She trusted the American only to a point. And so instead of confessing her plan for the Burmans, she said simply, "I pray there's enough time before the arrests begin." "As do I." Vivian turned to go, then paused at the door. "This world we live in, it is very," she sighed, "ugly. It is." Camille waited until the house went dark and the sounds from von Bauer's room had gone quiet to make her inquiry. There was still a chance she'd misunderstood about the roundup, but that would mean Vivian had misunderstood as well. That seemed highly unlikely, and so she entered von Bauer's study, careful not to make a sound. The room was coated in darkness, made darker by the cloud cover outside. A steady rain had begun falling from the sky. Camille tiptoed to von Bauer's desk. "Please, please, let him be in possession of the documents." He was. "Please, please let me be wrong about the roundups." She was not. The plan was for tens of thousands of Jews to be rounded up in a single day and contained in the Veldiv, a stadium used mostly for indoor bicycle races. Camille searched for the date of the roundup, gasped at what she found. Vivian's efforts would not be enough to save Rachel and her mother. The arrests were to begin 2 days from now, at sunrise. Camille had failed so many people in her life. Her father, her sister, even on some level her mother. She would not fail the Burmans. Mouth set, she replaced the documents exactly where she'd found them. At the door, she gave the room a quick scan to ensure she'd left no signs of herself behind. Satisfied, she left the way she'd come. A great crash of thunder sounded in the distance outside the kitchen. She flinched so hard her teeth rattled. The rain began to fall in earnest, scratching at the glass, like someone trying to get in or to warn her to get out. Hurry, hurry. So little time. She should wait until tomorrow night, when the weather was better. But Wouldn't it be easier to avoid notice in the rain? The sentries would be less diligent performing their duties. Decision made, Camille pounded over the distance from the kitchen to the back door. Her whole body was trembling by the time she exited the house. She had to get to Rachel, tonight. She had to convince her friend to hide in the home of a German SS officer, a Nazi. No small task. She made the trip on foot, thankful for the rain that kept the soldiers on patrol huddled deep within their coats, their attention on staying dry rather than catching young Frenchwomen on a mission to save her friends. When Camille finally stood outside the Bermans' apartment, the irony was not lost on her. Much like the day the Germans invaded Paris, this time it was Camille standing in the hallway of a run-down building, urgently standing before a closed door, hoping, praying, she wasn't too late.
Chapter 33. Rachel. 15th July, 1942. Paris, France. Rachel didn't know what woke her. Sometime before midnight, she'd fallen into a fitful sleep, her dreams plagued with Nazi flags in the hands of French policemen. She sat up, blinking hard, the stale air filling her lungs. After a long pause, she heard it again. Two sounds. The rumble of thunder in the distance, and the sound of the front door squeaking open. Her first thought was, Gestapo. They'd come for her and her mother. But then she heard her name whispered. She knew the owner of that voice. Camille. With a sense of urgency, Rachel threw off the covers and hurried out of the room, her footsteps silent in the gloom. She knew which of the floorboards creaked, which ones held her weight without making a sound. Rain clouds covered the moon outside, turning the dark room darker still. She stumbled, righted herself on the edge of a ladder-back chair. The lack of light told her it was still the middle of the night, or perhaps early morning. Hard to know with the rain coming down in hard sheets. The sound of footsteps came from the entryway, and for a minute Rachel thought of the French police again. Rachel? Hearing something akin to panic, Rachel froze. The clouds shifted, and a thin trickle of moonlight illuminated her friend, standing inside the apartment. Her clothes were wet, her hair all but plastered to her head. Camille, why are you... Hurry! Her eyes were wide and glistened like hard glass. You must come with me, now, you and your mother. There isn't much time, they're coming for you. The Gestapo. She shook her head, her eyes heavy with insistence and something else. Panic. The French police. They've scheduled another roundup. Her earlier confusion slid into bone-chilling fear. When? Soon. And this time... Camille's voice hitched. They will arrest women and children. Rachel felt her cheeks go hot. How do you know this? It doesn't matter. Wake your mother. We must go. Go? Where? Where could a Jewish woman and her mother hide in a city swarming with enemies? Before she could ask the question, her mother appeared, her eyes full of weary acceptance. We will go with you now, Camille. It's time. It wasn't until she and her mother were dressed, each carrying a small bag of their most important possessions, that Rachel realized, like her mother, she trusted Camille. A snap of lightning brightened the night, a pitchfork in the sky, and she found herself asking, Where are you taking us? To Drancy. Her blood turned to ice, and her earlier confidence vanished. Panic became a living, breathing thing, writhing in her empty belly. She tried to ignore the sensation, to hold it back, squeeze it down, but she couldn't stifle a squeak of alarm. Camille was quick to reach to her. I do not take you to the detainment center. I am taking you home with me. Rachel felt relief rush through her, hot and unexpected. Then came the fear, cold and furious. You mean to the Nazis' home? She hissed. Yes and no. The rain streamed over her, turning the long golden locks into thick, unruly clumps. There is a hidden bunker beneath the house. The entrance is in the basement. And before you protest, von Bauer doesn't know about the secret room. Does his mistress? The fewer people who know of its existence, the safer it is for you. That wasn't an answer. We should get moving. Camille touched her arm. It's a long walk, and we must keep to the shadows to avoid detection. Even in the rain, there are patrols. Rochelle knew her friend was right, but for her mother's sake, she couldn't let her question go unanswered. Is Vivian Miller aware of the bunker? I am the only one who knows. It's not ideal, I know. But Rochelle, they're coming for you and your mother. What choice do you have but to trust me? She saw the dark honesty in her friend's gaze, the desire to protect her, friend to friend, sister to sister. It was there on the tip of her tongue, every feeling, every nuanced emotion. She imagined it all spilling out, the gratitude she felt, but also the anger, white-hot fury that she had to rely on someone outside her family for her survival. At least you have someone watching out for you. Others didn't. Be grateful. Rochelle gave the briefest of nods, and after taking her mother's arm, followed Camille through the shadows, over the wet streets, back into the shadows. After what felt like hours, with her mother leaning heavily against her now, she finally chanced a whispered, "Are we close? Nearly there, just over the next rise." The rain slowed to a spitting drizzle. Rochelle glanced down at her mother, as she'd done throughout the journey, and saw her fatigue. For a moment there was a roaring in her ears, as if she were forging through gallons of water rather than raindrops. Camille stopped at a wrought iron gate that led into a courtyard. Rochelle took in the massive 3-story house looming above them. The walls were made of white stone, something grand, possibly marble. The windows were dark, like hollow eyes cut into a pale, unforgiving face. Vines crawled up the columns of a gazebo off to her left, reminding Rochelle of snakes, lizards, and vipers. The stuff of nightmares. Reaching for a ring of keys at her waist, Camille unlocked the gate and stepped through. Rochelle and her mother followed her. "We'll enter through the back. Hurry now. The sun will be rising soon." She was right. The night sky had taken on a purplish tint. Soon the world would go pink and orange, and the French police would begin coordinating last-minute details for their roundups. Rochelle and her mother could not be caught outside. They could not be caught inside, either. Again, she glanced at her mother before taking the next step. Ilka Berman looked exhausted, which was expected after their trek across half of Paris on empty stomachs, but she also appeared resolved. That evident will to live gave Rochelle permission to continue trusting her friend. Camille led them around the house and let them in through an unassuming door. They were in some sort of mudroom now, which spilled into a kitchen on the left and housed yet another door on their right. Gaze locked with Rochelle's, Camille pushed open that second door and stepped aside. A row of stairs descended into a tomb-like darkness that reeked of mould and something equally pungent. There was a railing. Just as Rochelle put her hand on the wood, she heard a soft click, and then a faint light came on. She took a step, but Camille stopped her. "Me first." Happy to let her friend lead, she watched as Camille disappeared down the steps. Another soft click, barely a hint of sound, and then more dim light shone at the foot of the stairs. That, Rochelle knew, was her cue to guide her mother into the basement. At the bottom of the stairs, she discovered the space was mostly a storage area. Brooms and mops in one corner, racks of metal shelves filled with canned goods in another. So much food. Enough to feed a small regiment of German soldiers, and that brought back her anger. She stubbed her toe on something hard and had to slap her hand over her mouth to keep silent. Camille set her hand on one of the racks. "Help me move this." Rochelle went to the other side, placed her hands on the cold metal, and pushed. Camille pulled. And then there was yet another door, this one cut right into the wall. "Follow me." Camille reached for a flashlight sitting on a small shelf above the door, and using its narrow beam, entered what seemed to be a long, narrow tunnel. Even knowing Camille was showing her trustworthiness, always taking the first step into the unknown, Rochelle couldn't seem to make her feet move. "We have trusted her this far," her mother reminded her. "What are a few more steps? Go, Quetzal. My Sorka, I am right behind you." The first step into the cool, velvety cave proved the hardest, but she took it. As she continued along the narrow passageway, some unnamed fear stabbed in her throat. The dark seemed to close in around her, like a hard, ruthless fist. She stood still in the deep, black nothingness, her breath shallow, cold prickling over her skin. "Keep going," her mother whispered. Rochelle took another step, and again froze. She could feel the dark earth swallowing her whole. Then suddenly she was done being scared and was moving faster. The tunnel eventually emptied into a rather large room, a sprawling concrete monster, no windows, no ventilation, no light beyond the small torch in Camille's hand. The space was more like a prison cell than a bunker, and Rochelle realized someone else had lived here once, at least temporarily. Where were they now? She would probably never know. "I need to go. The rest of the household will want their breakfast soon. I'll come back in a few hours, and we'll discuss our next steps." Camille stepped around Rochelle, pausing to say, "In the meantime, I left some bread, cheese, and water on the table between the two largest cots." She disappeared into the tunnel with a final promise to return soon. The door shut next. The heavy scrape of metal followed. Then Camille was gone, and Rochelle and her mother were alone in a concrete bunker beneath a Nazi's home. She felt a sudden twist of fury and a lot of fear. How had her life come to this? How could so many presumably good people look the other way? It was all too much to bear, and Rochelle wanted to cry. So she cried. Her mother came to her with a piece of torn cloth in her hand. Without saying a word, she reached up and wiped away Rochelle's tears. "We will get through this, Schatzella. For the memory of your father and brother. Yes, we will survive for them. You know what happened to Papa and Shulka?" She had to say their names, had to honor them in that small way. "I overheard your conversation with your friend." "Oh, Mama, I'm so sorry." "As am I. Now, chin up. For our mishpocha, we will be strong. We will live for those who have died." Rochelle hadn't known her mother could summon such inner strength when her body was so fragile, and she promised herself she would find the same fortitude inside herself. She would do it for her mother, and, as Ilka Berman said, for the ones they'd lost.
Chapter 34. Camille. 15 July 1942. Von Bauer's home. Seine-Saint-Denis Department. Paris, France. Camille couldn't make the journey down into the basement in the few hours she'd promised. Vivian, usually quick to leave the house, often at the same time as von Bauer, lingered over her coffee. Camille wanted to yell at her to go away, but there she sat, at the little round table by the window, her legs crossed. She took unhurried, dainty sips from her cup, while Camille cleaned the breakfast dishes. She said nothing, simply drank and watched and drank, until Camille was sick with frustration and worry for the women she'd left in the bunker. It was possible, even probable, that Rochelle and her mother thought she'd abandoned them. Camille set aside the plate she'd been drying, turned, and held Vivian's stare. Some sixth sense made her pulse ripple beneath her skin. She went hot all over, and she knew, just knew, that Vivian was aware of their uninvited guests. Slowly, Vivian placed her cup on the saucer. "We need to discuss what happened last night." Camille's mind went instantly blank. She could not have responded had Vivian put a gun to her head. "I'm afraid the news is not good." She knows. To come so close, only to fail Rachel and her mother. Always the same. Her efforts never enough. She felt a few self-pitying drops trail down her cheeks. But then she took a deep breath and scrubbed them away. Crying would gain nothing. "What do you know?" "I was able to wheedle the actual dates for the roundups out of von Bauer." She didn't say how she'd come by the information, and quite frankly, Camille had no desire to ask. "The arrests will begin early tomorrow morning, and continue into the next day, however long it takes the French police to gather up the remaining Jews living in Paris." Camille tried not to show her surprise or relief. Vivian didn't know about Rachel and her mother. She thought she was supplying Camille with new information. "Tomorrow," she croaked, reminded anew of the terrible crime the French police would commit. "So soon." "I'm sorry, Camille. Time has run out for your friends. I wish I had been quicker finding a proper forger. I wish I could have coordinated their escape sooner. I wish—" She lifted her gaze, and in her eyes Camille saw the look of a stricken woman. "Many, many thanks." Camille could ease Vivian's mind. She could tell her about the bunker. But the stakes were high, and 2 lives were solely in her hands. The possibility of Vivian betraying them was slim, but it was possible. "What if I told you that they have a place to hide temporarily? Would you continue arranging their escape?" "What do you mean, hide?" Vivian's gaze sharpened. Where would they hide? Who would hide them? 2 questions, with but one answer too dangerous to utter. "Perhaps there is at least one brave soul left in Paris." Brave? No, not brave. Reckless, foolhardy. An open invitation for the Gestapo to come knocking on their door. Camille's heart ached with something like regret. She'd thought Vivian courageous, but her words spoke of self-preservation. "If I am able to guarantee they will not be arrested in the roundup, will you continue setting up their escape?" "What have you done, Camille?" Vivian's voice was sharp as the edge of a blade. "It's better you don't know. Tell me, where are they hiding?" Camille ignored the question. "Will you continue working on their behalf?" Not quite meeting her eyes, Vivian swiveled her head and stared out the window overlooking the backyard where the gazebo stood. Her agitation was palpable. "Were they just words, Vivian? Or did you mean what you said? Do you wish to help my friend and her mother?" Slowly, Vivian settled back in her seat. Slowly, she looked at Camille. Slowly, she said, "I will continue, as if there are to be no roundups. Thank you." There was no need for further discussion. That didn't keep Vivian from having the last word. "Be careful who you trust, Camille. Enemies come in the most unlikely of packages." Hearing more than the obvious warning, a premonition even, Camille found herself unable to take a decent pull of air. The sensation was like a noose around her neck, not yet tight, but already making it hard to breathe. "Did you hear me, Camille?" "I heard you." "Good." Saying nothing more, Vivian exited the kitchen, and then, moments later, the house itself. Camille locked the door behind her and waited an additional half-hour before making the journey down the basement stairs. The sound of her heels on the wooden steps dragged her back to that other time, to that other basement. She bit her lip, looked back over her shoulder, forced herself to continue. At the bottom, she scanned the immediate area, saw that nothing was out of place, and only then allowed herself to breathe easy. Flexing her cold fingers, she gripped the metal rack and pushed it aside. The lock gave way with only a small battle, and Camille stepped into the dark tunnel. A minuscule pinprick of light escaped from the bunker on the other end of the corridor. Camille groped her way forward, the tiny beacon her guide. There was the sound of breathing, hers, and then she heard the soft murmurs. She cleared her throat. "Rachel, Madame Berman, it's me, Camille." She finally entered the bunker itself, and found Rachel and her mother exactly as she'd left them, sitting side by side on a single cot, their arms tightly linked. Rachel's gaze met Camille's. Her lips were somehow a little twisted, as if there were thoughts in her head she struggled to keep from blurting out all at once. In stark contrast, her mother was completely closed off, her gaze empty and unfocused. She hummed something beneath her breath, a song Camille had never heard. "I'm sorry I was gone so long, but Oh." She glanced at the untouched plate of food. "You didn't eat." "We had other things on our mind," Rachel said, her face tightly disapproving, though her voice was a whisper of its usual self. "Food was low on the list." "Again, I'm sorry." The words rang insincere and hollow in this mouldy, dank bunker. They never intended to be gone so long. More excuse-making. Why couldn't Camille get this right? Rachel readjusted herself on the cot, her gaze moving to the chatelaine hooked at Camille's waist. "Did you have to bolt the door behind you?" The question told Camille much. Rachel had explored the bunker and the tunnel beyond, where she'd then checked the door leading into the basement. "I didn't secure the lock to keep you in," she said, simply and from the heart. "I did it to keep him out." The expression on Rachel's face could not be described as transformed, but her frown wasn't so deep, and her lips weren't so tight. "I see. Yes, of course." The courage it took to come to that moment of acceptance humbled Camille, shamed her even. She'd been so blindly focused on getting Rachel and her mother safely hidden that she hadn't thought what it must be like for them to face an uncertain future, indefinitely holed up in this soulless bunker with no talk of escape. Surely they had questions. How could they not? The solution came to Camille suddenly, like a swift nudge to her shoulder. Knowing it was the right course of action, she reached out one hand to Rachel, the other to her mother. "Come upstairs with me now. We'll get you some breakfast, and after you're feeling stronger, we'll discuss plans for your escape and—" "Upstairs? You want us to come upstairs with you? Now?" "Yes, now, so I can explain." "We can't go upstairs." Rachel jumped to her feet and shoved herself back. Back, 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 until she was flush against the concrete wall. "It's not safe, en bas." "Won't be home for hours. Nor will Vivian." "Rachel." Camille inched toward her friend, slowly, her hand still outstretched. "I promise you it's safe. I've locked all the doors from the inside, and I am in sole possession of the keys. No one can get in without me letting them in." Rachel's eyes went wide and a little wild, and Camille could tell by the way she scrubbed at them with her sleeve that she was trying not to cry. "I don't know what to do. I want to trust you, but I'm scared. I don't want to be, but I am. All the time. I hate feeling like this." She closed her eyes, and Camille realized she'd rescued her friend from one life in a cage, only to throw her into another. This bunker is only temporary. One day soon you will be free of this awful house, and safely on your way to Spain. It will happen. I ask only that you trust me a little while longer." Rachel drew a long breath. "Très bien. She glanced briefly at her mother, who gave a very small nod. "That is we. We'll trust you. A little longer."
Chapter 35. Rochelle. August 1942. Von Bauer's home. Saint-Saint-Denis Department. Paris, France. 2 weeks later, Rochelle lay flat on her back, her forearm flung over her eyes. She couldn't sleep. Too many thoughts floating in her head. Her father and brother, her sister. Too much silence from her mother on the next cot. And too little variation in their daily routine. The web of monotony was a strange sort of torture. Every morning started the same, with the sound of metal scraping across concrete. Next, a key rattling in a lock. Hushed footsteps. Then Camille's soft voice telling Rochelle and her mother, "You can come upstairs now." Sighing, Rochelle turned from her back onto her front, blinked into the vast nothingness of the darkened room, and remembered that first morning upstairs. The sunshine had been a shock, blinding her, and then the smells had rolled in. Sweet, creamy scents, mixed with another equally pleasant, almost forgotten aroma. Camille had poured the coffee into 2 mugs and had presented a basket of croissants with butter and jam, real butter and sugary jam, and Rochelle had been too overwhelmed with guilt to partake in any of it, not when she thought of other French Jews, mostly women and children, who were at the mercy of the French police. Camille had insisted she eat. Rochelle had resisted. Even when her friend had gently reminded her that she would need her strength for the journey across France, Rochelle had not been able to indulge. Only when she realized her mother was taking her lead and refusing to eat as well, did she pick up one of the pastries. Halfway through her second croissant, Rochelle had looked around and realized the house must be enormous, with a kitchen so large. "You are tasked with cleaning this entire house on your own, or are there others who come to assist during the day?" "No others, only me. I also cook and see to the laundry." Rochelle had blinked in astonishment. "But that's impossible." Camille shrugged. "I am paid well, and when exhaustion nearly overtakes me, I think of my family. And now I will also think of you and your mother." There was nothing of the martyr in her voice, only conviction, and Rochelle had felt a lump in her throat. How quick she'd been to judge her friend for taking this job. "Let me help you with some of your household duties, and I will cook," her mother had added. They were the first words she'd spoken since their arrival in the kitchen, and Rochelle reached out to squeeze the older woman's hand. "Yes, you will cook, and I will clean, and your job, Camille, will not be quite so hard." The protests came at once. "Absolutely not. After last night, rest is what you need. Now, finish up your breakfast, and I will take you back downstairs." Back downstairs. A fluttering panic rose in Rochelle's chest. Back. Downstairs. Into the dark and the mold and the suffocating silence that seemed to come alive once the lock clicked into place. "Please, Camille, work is just what we need. Give us something to do. We'll polish the silver, sweep the floors, scrub the laundry." Anything to forestall going back into that wretched room. It will help us feel a little bit normal. Camille's protests had eventually subsided, and after that first morning, they'd quickly found a rhythm. There was a risk, always a risk, that the Nazi would come home unexpectedly, and because of that, it was agreed that Rochelle and her mother would spend only a few hours out of the bunker. A few blessed hours, when honest work held their fears and paranoia at bay. Now Rochelle lay awake, and when she shivered, it was not entirely at the thought of the man who lived upstairs. It was from knowing the stillness in the bunker would dissolve without warning, and her mother would dip into the dream that plagued her every night without fail. Suddenly, Rochelle could not bear the weight. She lit a candle, then reached out, thinking to shake the older woman awake. But she'd moved too late. Her mother was already beginning to thrash about in the dim light. Her legs kicked out in protest of the images in her head, She muttered in a confused mix of Yiddish and French and Polish, none of it making any sense, all of it breaking Rochelle's heart. She rolled off her cot and knelt on the floor beside her mother. "Mama, shh, it's a dream, only a dream. Wake up." She smoothed a hand over the sweating brow. "You need to wake up now. It's a dream, only a dream." More thrashing of arms and legs, and now her head joined the riotous dance. "Mama, wake up!" Suddenly, Ilka went still, deathly still. Then her eyes popped open, and she was instantly, fully awake. It was not reassuring, staring into her mother's tortured expression, swollen with tears and heartbreak. "We should not have left our home, Ketzel. They will come back." "They aren't coming back." It was never easy, saying those terrible words. "My Ezra, mein Herz, he will find a way home. We will be gone, and then he will think we gave up hope." She was wrong. They could not give up something that was already lost. Papa and Schulka are gone. Rochelle saw the denial in her mother's eyes, and then the awful moment of acceptance for what could not be changed. Sleep would not come for either of them now. She stood, bent over her mother's small form. "Here, let me help you sit up, and then I will read out loud while you knit." The smallest spark of life came into her mother's eyes, and for that alone, Rochelle would have endured the clacking of needles. But as they sat together under the candlelight, and her mother began to knit in earnest, Rochelle realized something rather shocking. The sound that had once brought such loathsome dread now supplied an endless source of comfort, such that she found herself asking, "Will you teach me?" "I'd like nothing more." For the next several hours, Ilka Berman patiently guided Rochelle through the process of knitting scarves for men who would never wear them.
Chapter 36. Vivian. September 1942. Von Bauer's home, Saint-Saint-Denis Department, Paris, France. Now that he was tasked with transporting French Jews to Poland, von Bauer left for the transit camp early in the mornings and arrived home later and later in the evenings. This schedule suited Vivian. She spent the bulk of her days at the Hotel Ritz, continuing her charade as a wealthy American. Between luncheons with her so-called friends and, on rare occasions, taking tea with Coco Chanel or other notorious collaborators, she pushed Frank to acquire the forged documents for Camille's friends. There always seemed to be a new delay. What should have taken weeks was taking months. She would push harder this afternoon. This morning, however, she hesitated outside the breakfast room, gathering her strength before confronting the man she'd grown to loathe even more than her own wicked choices. Von Bauer had left her alone last night, which had been a great comfort, but also a great concern. His passion was waning. He would soon discard her. She wasn't concerned who her replacement would be until she took her place at the table and watched the wicked man leer at Camille as she set down a plate of pastries. In her blackest dreams, Vivian had not thought he would turn his eye toward the girl. She'd wondered, but he'd been so dismissive of Camille's country manner she'd let the thought go. However, and now she realized her mistake. The girl was beautiful, and von Bauer's animal instincts were strong, barbaric, even. All those envious female eyes that followed Vivian whenever she was on his arm, they had no idea how fortunate they were he'd chosen her over them. Looking at him now, taking him in as she would a casual stranger. She saw nothing of the monster, only the handsome soldier in the crisp uniform. The iron cross at his neck was perfectly aligned with his Adam's apple, not a centimeter off-center. Ah, but when it came to his personal pleasure, he was not a man so concerned with outward control. He was a selfish brute with a preference for causing pain. Vivian approached the table at a steady, sweeping pace. Again, von Bauer's gaze followed Camille out of the room. She knew that look, what it meant, and she would not be a party to the loss of the girl's innocence. No. A sharp, determined sound moved through her throat. At last, von Bauer swung his gaze in her direction. "I told you to sleep in. I have much to do for tonight's party. That's why I hired a housekeeper." Displeasure threaded through his voice. Vivian shrugged. "I prefer to take care of the centerpieces myself. The girl doesn't have an eye for such things. Nevertheless, I require for you to attend parties as my hostess, smile, entertain, and make me look good. The rest you will leave to the French girl." As if on cue, Camille reappeared and began gathering the dirty dishes off the table. The swine watched her every move. Vivian knew that sly tilt of his head, the touch of awareness in his gaze, the stillness that belonged to a predator poised to strike. She felt an odd sinking in her stomach as her mind flashed on the memory of his initial pursuit of her. She'd known he would get what he wanted. Her only decision had been whether to cooperate or use this situation to her advantage. The outcome would have been the same, but by controlling a portion of the process, she'd kept a small piece of her dignity intact. It would not be the same for Camille. Vivian had made a gross error in judgment. She'd brought the girl into this home, only to become von Bauer's prey. At least he hadn't touched her yet, but he would, if Vivian didn't intervene. Von Bauer rose suddenly, and Vivian did the same. He kissed her on the mouth, a cold, unenthusiastic peck, and she knew, without a doubt, that he was done with her. "I will be home in time for the party," he said, taking her by the shoulders with a grip that told her he expected complete obedience. "Wear the blue dress and the matching sapphire necklace." There was a distance in his eyes as he issued the command, but he kissed her again. And in the space of that second kiss, she let herself be the woman he thought her to be. Needy, a little desperate, reliant solely on him. She even managed a shaky sigh, added a bit of unease to the sound, going for uncertain, fragile. Her performance did the trick. He drew back, looking pleased. Good. Let him think he'd subdued her rebellious nature. Putting a hint of nerves in her demeanor, she walked with him to the back door, a direct route through the kitchen. She didn't trust him alone with Camille. He moved around the girl, but only just barely. His sleeve brushed her arm. She did not react. Not a shudder, not a flinch, not a smile. Clever girl. Camille locked the door behind him and went to the sink where she began washing the breakfast dishes. Vivian took in the young woman's appearance, and not a crease out of place or wrinkle to mar the cut of the fabric on her thin frame. A beautiful girl, who followed her employer's instructions to the letter. But when Vivian looked closer, she also saw the exhaustion in her blue eyes. And the worry. Did she understand what von Bauer wanted? Take care, Camille. Do not find yourself alone with him. He is not to be trusted. No, he is not. Vivian had underestimated the girl. Still, lock your bedroom door at night. Always. Good. Excellent. You understand. A faint noise from somewhere in the house caused the girl to jump. Nothing more than the house settling, but Camille gazed frantically over her shoulder toward the mudroom. The worry had returned in her gaze, and something else, a sort of paranoid watchfulness. Thinking she was the cause, Vivian touched Camille's arm, squeezed gently. Have you received news about your sister? She shook her head. This is a good thing, yes? She nodded. I will only hear if the news is... She stopped abruptly and cleared her throat, looked to the door, the window, the walls themselves. Dire. This time a sigh leaked from her lips, pulled from somewhere deep inside her. Oui. If not your sister, what keeps you from sleeping? A scared expression replaced the worry. You heard me moving around last night? Something there. In her gaze, guilt, secrets. They hung in the air, the implications of a lie swirling. You're exhausted. I assume you lose sleep over your sister. Camille visibly relaxed. Sorts of air keep me up, but also I worry about all those people in the roundup and the terrible days they spent in that arena without food and water. Mothers, daughters, sisters, aunts. What did they do but leave their lives and work hard to provide for their families? You are thinking about your friend, Vivian said. You're worried she will be taken. Camille dipped her head, but not before she glanced to a spot just over Vivian's shoulder. She won't be taken. Vivian's eyebrows lifted. You seem certain of this. Camille's eyes shifted again, and she bunched her lips, considering. I am. Very. The pointed look, the tapping of her foot, the inability to gaze directly at Vivian meant the young woman was hiding something. But what? Do you want me to continue with our plans? Yes, please. Rachel and her mother cannot stay in France indefinitely. The details of their journey are nearly complete. I will pick up the documents in a few days. In the meantime, come. Let's review their escape route one more time. They studied the map together, with Vivian pointing out the first rendezvous point and the second if there was trouble early on. Camille listened without comment, repeating everything only after Vivian was through. Okay, Vivian said, pushing away from the table. I meet with the forger later today. Be careful, Vivian. She took each of Camille's hands in hers. I won't let you down. I know it, and I thank you, for myself and for them. There was nothing else to say. Determined to do this one thing for Camille and her Jewish friends, Vivian went to the mirror in the foyer and checked her appearance. Camille stood behind her, sharing her reflection as she pinned her hat at a jaunty angle. I'll be back shortly, and your friend's terrible nightmare will nearly be over. Vivian would make it be so. Then she would work on setting Camille free from von Bauer. She would sell her jewelry and the tapestries, whatever it took to provide for the young woman's future. As for herself, her fate had been sealed the moment she'd become von Bauer's mistress.
The Betrayal. Chapter 37. Rachel. 16th September 1942, von Bauer's home. Seine-Saint-Denis Department, Paris, France. 2 months had passed since Rachel and her mother became willing captives in the concrete bunker beneath a Nazi's home. 2 months since they'd discovered the house had originally belonged to another Jewish family. The blink of an eye in the span of a lifetime. An eternity for 2 women anticipating rescue when all they received were excuses. Waiting, always waiting, for the sound of metal scraping against concrete, for the whoosh of air to swirl through the tunnel, for Camille to call out so Rachel and her mother could spend a few precious hours above ground. This was a mistake, she thought for the 1000th time. A stupid, short-sighted mistake. As if trapped in her mother's nightmares, she wondered how her father and brother would find them, should they survive. Or Basha. How would she know where to look? A sob trailed up her throat. Rachel stifled the sound in her blanket. When she looked up, her mother's eyes were on her, searching her face. "I'm all right," she whispered. The older woman kept her gaze locked on Rachel's face, saying nothing. She'd stopped speaking in full sentences weeks ago, with barely a word uttered in recent days. The silence was another casualty in this room. A concrete cage shared with bugs and rats and the ghosts of a family that had come before them. Rachel reached for the stuffed bear, hugged it close as if she were a child. In many ways, she was a child, but also a very old woman, older even than her mother. Her dreams and desires had drilled down to a single, impossible wish for her family to be restored. She wanted to be the young, hopeful girl before France had declared war on Germany. She wanted to argue with her brother, to share clothes with her sister. Rachel didn't want riches. She didn't want pretty things. Her family together, each of them safe and alive. That's all she craved. Before her mother had gone silent, her last words were, "You're a good girl, strong and courageous like our ancestors." But Rachel didn't feel strong and courageous. She felt the gnawing, unrelenting shame of being reduced to an animal. Her humiliation never relented. Hiding in a tiny concrete room, waiting for Camille to open the door for a small taste of freedom, only to be shut back in before the dreaded Nazi arrived home for his evening meal and parties. You are alive. Your mother is safe. The sound of metal scraping across concrete heralded temporary relief from the bunker. Rachel scrambled to her feet and reached for her mother, who rose significantly slower. "It's good to get out of this room," Rachel said, unsure which of them she was trying to convince. The door swung open, and she caught the tiny glimmer of light on the other side of the tunnel. Everything inside her knotted. For 2 months she'd seen that beacon and taken this route with her mother every morning, their arms linked, their feet shuffling over wood and concrete and then dirt, back to concrete. Each time, the dark frightened her just a little bit more. It seemed to grow more sinister with each trip. Camille stood before them, her smile one of apology. But there was something else in her, too, a nervousness that told Rachel she was on edge about something. "What's happened?" "He was late leaving the house. She looked at the ground. "He's gone now. And Vivian? Gone too." Camille was hiding something from Rachel. It was in the way she kept dropping her chin. But Rachel didn't ask. There were some things that occurred upstairs she simply didn't want to know. "I've made breakfast. Come and eat." Rachel took the stairs after Camille and entered the mudroom a step behind her. In the kitchen, her eyes locked on the food. The smells were amazing, and her stomach rumbled. She ignored it. She must work first, then rest. What needs doing first? Nothing, until after you and your mother have eaten. Camille set a basket of croissants and honey on the table, and all but pushed Rochelle in a chair. She poured 2 mugs of hot coffee, added cream and sugar, and then placed several more viennoiseries on the table, each with a thick slab of butter. Real butter. In the past 2 months, Rochelle and her mother had eaten better than they had in the past 2 years. She'd watched the older woman gain weight, even as she grew more and more silent. She was glad her mother was growing stronger, but her silence made Rochelle feel so alone. She put it out of her mind, as much as she could, and dug into the delicacies Camille provided. They discussed their route to freedom, as they did every morning. They would need to be physically strong to make the journey. With that in mind, she took a hefty bite of a croissant and thought about the next few hours. There was always plenty of work to do in a house this size. She remembered that first day, when her friend had refused help. No more, now that her employer hosted his Nazi friends in his Nazi house nearly every night. Their days had taken on something of a routine, and Rochelle was glad for the work. She cleaned, polished the silver, set the table, changed bed linens. Her mother helped mostly with the cooking. Rochelle took her final bite and asked, "How many at the party tonight?" Camille made a face. 20. It's to be some sort of celebration. He wants fresh flowers placed throughout the house. She made another face, this one full of frustration. Would you dust the rooms on the first floor while I gather the blooms? Whatever you need. Camille reached to her, but didn't make contact. Her hand dropped slowly. I know. Rochelle cut her friend off before she could voice her sorrow over the situation. I wish it too, but really, I don't mind the work. It was better than sitting on her cot in the bunker, trapped inside with only a sliver of candlelight, not knowing whether it was day or night, or when she would be able to venture out. If you're sure, she nodded. I am. Très bien. Camille picked up an empty basket and pulled out a tool that looked like scissors with thicker blades that curved into 2 deadly points. Garden shears, Rochelle surmised, though she'd never actually cut a fresh flower before. A burning desire to follow her friend outside had Rochelle standing. She navigated the short distance without thinking about what she was doing. She wanted to walk in the sunshine. Just for a minute. She reached for the door handle and just as quickly dropped her hand. It was so hard to stay inside the house. She wanted to smell the fresh air, to have the sticky sweet scent of flowers in her nose, and to feel real dirt beneath her fingers. Too dangerous. Rebellion moved through her. Bitterness. She swallowed it all down, as she'd done for months, hating the surge of ingratitude spiraling through her. She should not resent her confinement, and so she wouldn't. Rag in hand, she left her mother mixing dough and moved into the main portion of the house. She removed dust from every piece of antique furniture that had once belonged to a wealthy Jewish family. And just like that, the resentment was back in her heart. This time, Rochelle let the feeling come. She let it fuel her movements through the first room, into the next, and the one after that. She'd nearly worn herself out by the time unfamiliar scents drew her back into the kitchen. Her mother stood at the stove, stirring some sort of soup in an enormous pot. Rochelle had seen this picture of her mother 100 times, 1,000. Time seemed to shift and bend. Her vision narrowed, blurred, and Rochelle was transported back to her childhood. Love so profound rocked her into motion. She closed the distance in 2 strides. "Mama," she whispered, wrapping her arms around the soft waist. "I cannot lose you." In many ways, she already had. She'd lost her mother to the silence, but in the most important way, Ilka Berman was still her mother, her anchor in this terrible storm. "What is the meaning of this?" The furious voice had Rochelle spinning around and locking gazes with a pair of stunned green eyes. "Madame Miller," she sputtered. "I thought Camille locked the front door. I have a key. I have always had a key. What I want to know is how you got into this house. More to the point, where is Camille? Camille?" She shouted the girl's name, her gaze shooting swiftly around the kitchen. "Camille, where are you?" During the woman's torrent, Rochelle moved in front of her mother, effectively shielding her from the outraged American. She stood her ground, heart pounding, knees threatening to give out, and chose to answer the least complicated of the questions. "Camille is outside, cutting flowers for tonight's party." Silence met her words. Long, endless silence. "Get out." The words echoed in her mind. "Take your mother by the arm and get out of this house." As if sensing her desire to flee, Vivian stepped directly in her path, her face devoid of emotion. "Do not think to escape until I have my answers." Air tightened in her lungs. It's over. The trek in the middle of the night, the months of confinement, none of it had been enough to keep her mother safe. Get out. The command permeated every thought swirling in her head. Get out. She couldn't. She mustn't. She must. If Vivian Miller held them here until her lover returned. The back door swung open, and Camille appeared, her gaze running over the scene as frantically as Rochelle's blood rushed in her veins. "Vivian," she managed to say, her voice hitching over each syllable. "You're—" She cut a quick glance to Rochelle. "You weren't supposed to be back until later." The American jabbed a finger in the air in Camille's general direction. "You are keeping them here?" Her voice hit yet another octave. "In this house?" It made sense. It made sense. Not even a little does this make sense. You said they were in a safe place. This house is not a safe place. I can only assume you've gone mad. Camille flinched as if the other woman had slapped her, but Vivian continued without seeming to notice. "Do you know what he'll do to you? To all of you?" She swept her hand in a wide arc. "If he finds them in this house." "Technically, they aren't living in the house." "Then where? If I am to keep this secret, I must know the truth." The American's fear was clear. Also clear, Rochelle saw, was her concern. Concern for Camille, and for herself. But what about Rochelle? Her mother? Was she at all worried about them? "There is a bunker beneath the house," Camille was saying, "with only one access point through the basement. I found it by accident. I'm certain he doesn't know it exists." "You're certain, are you?" "Yes." Vivian took a deep breath, but it was clear she was still upset. "Explain this to me, Camille, and start at the beginning. But first, lock the back door, and you stay away from the windows." This last part was for Rochelle. "We know," Rochelle said, with no small amount of resentment. "Good. This is good. Now, while Camille locks the door, introduce me to this woman whom I assume is your mother." Trying not to shake, Rochelle stepped to her mother and pulled her flush against her, so close she could smell the earthy scent of her sweat. "Mama, this is Madame Vivian. My name is Vivian." "Vivian," Rochelle corrected herself, eyeing the American with open suspicion. She wore a dress that looked custom-made to fit her curvy figure, beneath a fur stole thrown around her shoulders. Fur. In September. Such extravagance. It was as if the war hadn't touched her life. Of course it hadn't. She was the mistress to a powerful SS officer, as much an enemy to Rochelle as her Nazi lover, who'd stolen this house from a Jewish family. "This is my mother, Ilka Berman." "Come, Ilka. I can call you Ilka, yes?" Rochelle's mother nodded. "Excellent. All right, Ilka, come and sit here." With a gentleness Rochelle hadn't known the woman capable of, Vivian shut off the stove and guided her mother to a chair at the table, then sat beside her. "You too, Rochelle. Sit. Over here, across from us." Rochelle took the chair Vivian indicated. When Camille returned, Vivian's calm was fully restored. Camille's was not. "Now, enlighten me about this secret hiding place beneath the house that no one seems to know about but the three of you." Camille did as Vivian directed, explaining how she'd found the secret door in the basement while looking for crystal vases. She detailed the first time she'd ventured down the tunnel that led to the bunker, and the subsequent night she'd convinced Rochelle and her mother to hide there. "That was 2 months ago." The widow had questions, most of them for Camille, but there were a few only Rochelle could answer. "Is it only you and your mother?" "Yes, only the two of us." "What do you do for entertainment?" "I read and write in my journal." "Do you have a plan for escape if Von Bauer becomes suspicious?" Rochelle and Camille answered simultaneously. "No." "Then we will make one soon." Vivian returned her attention to Camille and spoke only to her, as if Rochelle and her mother were not in the room. "One thing is certain. You cannot continue hiding them in this house for long. It's too dangerous. We will move up our plan for their escape." Our plan? Just how involved was Vivian? And more to the point, why? Why was she helping Rochelle and her mother? What could she possibly gain? Question after question rolled through her mind, all pertaining to Vivian Miller's motives. Her eyes locked on the American's face, and the other woman seemed to know instantly what was in her thoughts. "Why I have chosen to help you is complicated. Just know that you can trust me, Rochelle. You and your mother." She wanted to believe her. How could she? This woman had shown herself an opportunist in her choice of lovers, the clothes she wore, the comfortable life she led. No, Vivian asked too much of them. "I will have your new identity cards later tonight," she said, gaining her feet. "All that is left is the final preparations for your escape through the south of France, which will require a few tweaks now that we're moving the date up by several weeks. I will meet with the passeur while I'm in town." "Can it be done in time?" Camille asked. "This rearranging of the timeline?" Vivian's response was a slow, cynical shake of her head. "Anything can be done in the occupied zone, for a price."
Chapter 38. Vivian. 16 September 1942. Von Bauer's home. Saint-Denis Department. Paris, France. Vivian sat at her dressing table and confronted her weary reflection. The woman looking back at her was the same as always, but somehow different tonight. A new line showed around her eyes, and the muscles in her lower back were like steel cords, perpetually braced for an attack. Her vibrancy was gone, as was the flirtatious twinkle in her eyes. No longer her husband's Vivi, but Vivian, a woman who'd made morally questionable choices. The toll of those choices showed in her reflection. The cheekbones were not quite so prominent, the skin around her jawline not quite so firm. She was glad her husband wasn't here to witness what she'd become. "Oh, Rupert, how I miss you. How I miss the woman I was with you." She briefly shut her eyes and with very little effort could see him smiling at her, his hand outstretched, drawing her to him. It would be so easy to answer his call. And not yet. A young woman and her mother were counting on her to do the right thing. There was also Camille, who needed her protection from a black-hearted Nazi bent on stealing her innocence. Sighing, Vivian reached up her hand and dragged her fingertip over the frown line forming across her forehead. She would not survive this war. She felt the truth of it in her bones. She would not escape her fate, but Rochelle and her mother could. The pieces were in place. Vivian had seen to the details herself and then passed them on to Camille only an hour ago. 2 nights from now, the Bermans would be met by an escort in the woods a mile down the road. They would journey through central France, then over the Pyrenees and into Spain. Their specific route was known only to their guide. 2 more nights before they were away. 2 more parties to endure, and then Vivian would deal with von Bauer. She had plans for him, but those would have to wait. For now, she paid attention to the finishing touches of her makeup, rouging her cheeks, powdering her face, and then the final step. The application of the contraband lipstick. Elizabeth Arden's Victory Red. Satisfied, she nodded at her reflection and returned the tube to its hiding place next to the identity cards. A dark foreboding slid down her spine as she moved to the open window. Just as quickly, she stepped back in alarm. A raven, perched on the ledge, devouring the remains of his dinner, what looked to be a dead rodent of some kind. He paused, glanced in her direction, and gave an irritated squawk before settling back in. Shivering, she turned away and stepped into her dress. Did she have the courage to go through with this act of rebellion? She'd chosen not the blue as ordered, but a figure-hugging gown made of deep red silk. She draped a strand of rubies around her neck, their blood-red fire as much a statement as the dress. A last-minute change of plans left her hair hanging loose. She wore no gloves, no rings on her fingers, no jewels on her wrists. Von Bauer would demand payment for her defiance once they were alone. Her heart took an extra hard beat, the only reaction she allowed herself, and left the room. Most of the guests had already arrived. The bulk were SS officers, but there were also members of the French police. All of them wore their mistresses on their arms. Too much laughter rang from those women, coupled with too many clever smiles, a cruel mockery to the innocent Jews in the basement and the French housekeeper in her room down the hall. One of the policemen approached her, an oily smile on his lips. "Madame Miller, Monsieur Colbert." She smiled at one of Paris's highest-ranking policemen. "How lovely to see you again." She sounded almost nearly sincere. He bent over the hand she offered at the end of her limp wrist. "Enchantée." Vivian continued smiling, though it took great effort. Colbert was a big man who'd lost considerable weight recently, a ploy to fit in with his fellow Frenchmen who suffered from the perils of rationing. Is skinny now, but waiting to become big again once the war was over. And he was still talking, simpering, actually. "It would be my honor to escort you into dinner." "I would welcome your company." A grown man blushing. It was not a pretty sight, especially on the jowly face that hadn't quite caught up with the rest of the slim frame. He continued making banal conversation. It didn't take long to ferret out that he required only a few nods and a serene smile. Vivian caught von Bauer watching them. His gaze narrowed. his disapproval wrapped around her even as Colbert's nasally voice filled her ears. So much condemnation in one man, so much adoration in the other. Eventually, von Bauer's patience wore out, and with a hitch of his chin, he made his intentions known. She excused herself as gracefully as she could. As she answered the summons, their eyes locked and held. "Good evening, der Rab." The use of his nickname was intentional, meant to show deference. He was not fooled. He seized her arm at the elbow and squeezed harder than was necessary, a silent warning to speak nothing but happy words in front of his guests. His gaze roamed her face, then lowered over her gown. There was an air of censure in his appraisal, but also ownership, as if she were his possession. And why wouldn't he look at her that way? She was his possession. "You're wearing red." Barely concealed rage filled his voice, but the smile on his face was for the others in the room, as were his next words. "I requested blue." She swallowed back the catch in her throat and forged ahead with their unpleasant charade. "I thought you said red." "Perhaps I did." Oh, yes. There would be retribution on his part, and the endurance of pain on hers. The party dragged on and on. Vivian was exhausted long before the last guest departed. Unfortunately, her evening wasn't over. As predicted, von Bauer proved true to his nature. She endured his cruelty. When he was finished with her, she looked at his sleeping form. How could such a pleasing face mask the evilest of hearts? Der Rab, harbinger of death. The Ice Queen was no match, after all. Vivian was finished pretending she had a chance of survival in their contest of wills. She would get Rochelle and her mother away tonight. Then she would end this farce between them. She went to her own room down the hall, her eyes caught on a thin strip of moonlight splashing over the remains the crow had left on the window's ledge. Bile rose in her throat, but she set it aside and went to the telephone. She dialed the number 2 nights earlier than planned and said into the telephone, "We go tonight." There was no conversation, no questions, just 2 words. Très bien. It would take at least an hour for the passeur to arrive at the designated meeting place. Plenty of time to get the Bermans to the rendezvous point. Vivian would take them there herself. When they were safely gone, she would return to the house and deal with von Bauer. One of them would not meet the morning alive, that much she vowed. Der Rab would pay the cost for all the men who'd hurt Vivian. But first, Rochelle and her mother. Vivian grabbed her purse, dug down to the false bottom, reached underneath, and... No! It couldn't be. It wasn't possible. She'd been so careful. Overturning the bag, she dumped out the contents on her bed and, heart stuck in her throat, rummaged through the scattered items. Everything was in order, except... The identity cards were gone, and the tube of red lipstick, that too, was missing. He knows. How? How had he found her out? Or had he known about her clandestine work all along? No, he'd been enamored with her, driven to possess her. Not even der Rab could fake that level of obsession. So then... how? She searched the purse again. The hidden compartment was still empty. The identity papers were gone. She struggled to breathe through her panic and tried to remember when she'd last checked the hidden compartment. This evening, before the party. He must have slipped away during the after-dinner drinks. At least he didn't know Rochelle and her mother were in the house. They were safe. It was Vivian who was in trouble. There was a sudden explosion of fear inside her, pumping fast and hard through her veins, giving her the strength to dress in the clothing she'd picked out months ago in anticipation of this confrontation. Plain brown slacks, stark white blouse, sensible shoes, face free of makeup. The true Vivian would meet her fate tonight, free of any mask. Bracing herself, she went in search of the predator who'd taken everything from her. She would slap the swine awake. He wasn't in his bed. She checked his study next, and not there either. She moved to the foyer and shut her eyes, thinking, listening. Camille's room? No. She headed for the hallway, her feet at a run, but then she heard a faint sound, ice clinking against crystal. Relief had her stumbling to a halt. She quickly righted herself and, balance restored, pushed through the door leading into the formal dining room. He sat in his usual spot at the head of the table, an open bottle of French cognac beside him, a half-empty glass in his hand. In the dim moonlight, he was more shadow than man. She drew closer and saw the darkness of his gaze, the clothing he wore. Black pants, black shirt, and, she knew without looking down, black jack boots. Everything about him radiated danger. She should put as much distance between them as possible. But no. There was a burning rage inside her now, something volatile and focused on this one man who by default represented all the others in her past, all but Rupert. Her father, her first boyfriend, a lecherous doctor in the Italian hospital, all of them had used her, hurt her, beaten her. Von Bauer was their equal in every way. Oh yes, Vivian thought, this noxious, twisted thing between them ended tonight. Darling, she said, placing a soft note in her voice that hinted at seduction. What are you doing up so late? I could ask the same of you. They both sounded so reasonable. The expression that crossed his face, a twist of rage that was not so reasonable. Nor was the pounding of her heart against her ribs. For a moment she thought he would jump to his feet and pounce on her. That was the level of unchecked violence she saw in his eyes. He remained perfectly still, though, his hand perversely steady as he poured more of the amber liquid. He lifted the now full glass and took a deep swallow. You think me a fool? No. I think you're a monster. Something feral came from his mouth, a terrible slur against her womanhood. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the crystal tumbler went flying by her head, missing her ear by inches. The sound of glass shattering against the wall caused her to jump. She tried to remember her husband. Rupert. Sweet, calming, good-hearted Rupert. He'd shown her how to connect to the goodness inside her. This man, sitting before her, he brought out only the dark and ugly in her. A woman capable of hate and worse. He rose, and a hollow of dread opened in her mind. He moved closer, his eyes locked on her face, and she felt the heat of his anger as he raised his hand. And not to hit her, but to show her what he held in his fist. The identity cards. What do you plan to do with these, Vivian? His voice was a challenge, a provocation. The workmanship is quite good. I don't know what you mean. Give me the name of your forger. I know of no such person. A name, Vivian. She backed away, even as he stepped closer until she came up against the door and felt it give under her weight. He's a true master at his craft. He continued advancing on her. His breathing was heavy now, his eyes shining with contempt and too much alcohol in his system. Her whole body shook. But she wouldn't run from this confrontation. She was through tamping down her emotions, swallowing them back. Think, Vivian. Distract him from Rochelle and her mother. I've done nothing wrong. You hid official documents in a secret compartment in your purse. Documents that do not belong to you. This is the action of a woman with much to hide. I can explain. I've been good to you, he growled, and in his eyes she saw something else besides evil, a sort of hurt she hadn't expected, as if she'd wounded him with her duplicity. I made you my mistress. I gave you jewelry. I threw parties in your honor and moved you into my house. She laughed at that. The rage boiling inside her had reached a new level, and this man, like all the others before him, thought he held all the power. You are nothing, she said, her voice low and feral. I despise the very sight of you. The words felt like fire in her throat, but von Bauer didn't appear to hear her, or maybe he simply didn't care what she thought of him. I have given you every luxury a woman could want, and this is how you repay me? He threw the leather booklets at her. This forged documents for foul juice? You are a common liar, a thief, and a leech. His hand went to her throat, the fingers curling ruthlessly into her flesh. What else are you hiding from me? He shifted his weight, and she made her move, wheeling backward through the door. Too fast, too fast. She crashed to the floor, struggled to her feet. A kind of strangled howl followed her, more like a roar, and he was on her, a hand closing over her shoulder, moving down to her biceps, fingers digging hard. She tried to wrench herself free. He was too strong. All she could do was cry out as he pulled her toward the sweeping stairwell, up to the second floor, down the hallway into her bedroom. Still holding her arm, he began tossing the room, upending drawers, throwing open cabinets. You will find nothing here. 10 minutes later, he stopped, pivoted, looked around the room. Then he went to the telephone and picked up the receiver. Who are you calling? The smile he gave her distorted his face into a gruesome mask of contempt. The director of the Gestapo in Drancy. Vivian blanched. She could not let him make that call. She grabbed the cord and yanked, hard. The receiver flew out of his hand and landed on the carpet with a thud. She scrambled to grab it, and, seizing the entire piece of equipment, crawled to the window on her hands and knees, dragging the phone with her. Out it went, breaking into a million pieces on the ground below. He roared his fury. There are other telephones in the house. He dragged her out into the hallway. Think, Vivian, think. She'd made so many terrible choices. Some for the right reasons, but not all. She'd endured humiliation and pain, but she'd never been forced to fight for her life. Not like this. She thought herself good and moral deep down, where it counted. She thought herself ready for death. She'd been wrong about all of it. She had one final card to play, presented as a bluff. Could it work? Could she fool him into thinking she was simply tossing out words and making things up to save her own neck? The risk to the others in the house was great, but so was her will to survive. Her mind grappled with right and wrong, good and evil, even as he dragged her down the stairs to the first floor. They entered his study, and when he reached for the telephone there on his desk, she knew she had one chance, one final chance to save herself. Vivian was not strong, after all. She was weak and selfish. "Forgive me." The words were in her head, whispered like a prayer, but spoken to whom? Rochelle? Camille? Herself? "Forgive me. Forgive me, forgive me, forgive me." She knew what she was going to do, even as she knew it was completely, utterly wrong. One chance. Throw out a bluff that wasn't really a bluff. Von Bauer had the phone in his hand now, and she made her threat. "You turn me over to the Gestapo," she warned, "and so help me, I'll... Say it, Vivian. Say it. I'll tell them about the Jews living in your house. You will attempt to deny knowledge of this, but I will be very good with my arguments. I will manufacture proof. You will be tried for treason, dear Rab, and I will happily watch you hang by your neck until you are dead." He froze, the phone dangling between his fingers. "What is this lie you tell? It is no lie." She nearly laughed at his shocked expression. Apparently she wasn't the only one in this house concerned with their own survival. "They are right under your nose and have been for months." She immediately realized what she'd done. She'd betrayed 3 innocent people to save herself. Her father had been right. She was a worthless human being. But maybe she could fix this mess. You think yourself superior, clever. You are nothing but a man who has been living with Jews in his house. The Gestapo will come see for themselves, and when they find evidence that I will plant, they will never believe you didn't know. You will not tell this lie." His panic was real, but so was hers. What have I done? Yes, I will tell this lie, this great, bold lie, and I will tell it to the Gestapo over and over until they are forced to believe me. They will question you, der Rab. They will wonder. You will carry this stain. Then your career will be over. He searched her face. "Why do you tell this lie? Who are you protecting?" "I protect only myself." "That is your greatest lie yet." Releasing her, he changed direction, a new determination in his strides. "Let's ask the housekeeper about the lies you tell. Or perhaps," he gave Vivian a thoughtful look, "she is the Jew you protect." "Leave Camille alone. She's done nothing wrong." "We shall see, won't we?" He marched toward the back of the house, with Vivian hard on his heels, clawing at his arm, begging him to stop and listen. "The time for listening is over."
Chapter 39. Camille. 16 September 1942. Von Bauer's home, Seine-Saint-Denis Department, Paris, France. Caught in that uncertain moment between sleep and wakefulness, Camille felt the air shift. Something was coming toward her. Not a nightmare. It felt too real. She ripped herself awake and sat up abruptly, blinking into the inky darkness. She heard it then. The shouting. The angry tones. She caught only a few words, a mix of German and French. Lie, housekeeper, Jews. Her breath wheezed out, jamming in her throat on the way back in. She shoved out another hiss of air. With the same brute force, she came to her feet, just as she heard wood cracking, hinges releasing. She'd barely understood what was happening when her door flew open, giving her no time to find her robe and slippers. Von Bauer appeared on the threshold, cloaked in shadows. His hand reached out, switching on the light, blinding her momentarily. Her arm was suddenly gripped in one of his hands, a large clump of her hair in the other.
Are there Jews in this house? Tell me, Camille, are there?
She glanced over at Vivian, and knew in that instant that her friend had revealed their secret. The sting of betrayal burned in her throat as she kept her eyes locked on her friend's watery eyes. Vivian looked sickly and shaken, and guilty, so guilty. Camille didn't want to see that dull, stricken expression. She didn't want to know why the river of tears tracked down her cheeks, because that would mean she'd trusted the wrong person. Vivian lifted her hands in a helpless gesture, pressed them to her face, while von Bauer kept shouting at Camille, demanding to know,
"Are you harboring Jews in my house?"
Camille dragged in another breath. "There are no Jews in this house."
"You lie!"
It wasn't a lie. The bunker was technically under the gazebo. "There are no Jews in this house." He yanked her hair harder. Her scalp was on fire now, the air trapped in her lungs. She would have screamed out in pain had she the breath. Von Bauer's hand came up and connected with her face. Pain exploded in her cheek, even as her eyes connected with Vivian's again. She willed her friend to explain herself, to step into the fray, to do something, anything. There was only emptiness in the eyes staring back. Camille felt her fury rising. "How could you?" she wanted to shout. But to do so would be to confirm whatever tale Vivian had told von Bauer. She set her fury aside. Her mind needed to be clear to fight the beast yanking her across the room, out the door and into the hallway. She couldn't think, couldn't breathe. The pain. It stole all reason. Any minute her hair would rip right off her head. Then she would be free. Free to protect Rachel and her mother. How? How could she keep them safe? By remaining silent. By refusing to confirm von Bauer's suspicions. Vivian was saying something that Camille couldn't make out over the roaring in her head. Outside the dining room, von Bauer released her. The sudden move sent her stumbling into the wall, falling awkwardly to the ground. Vivian moved in close and pushed her hair off her forehead. With her expression, that abyss of guilt in her eyes, the unspoken apology, Camille nearly reached to her in return. But then von Bauer was retrieving something on the floor, two somethings, waving them near her face.
"What do you know about this?"
Clarity of mind eluded her, along with her vision. She couldn't focus, not on his words or the small leather books he held in his hands. The identity cards. She closed her eyes, just for a minute. A mistake. Von Bauer was grabbing her again, the identity cards falling to the ground. Rachel's and her mother's freedom was right there, at her feet. And Camille couldn't reach for them because he was dragging her out into the hallway, up the stairs to the second floor and its host of shut doors. From room to room he shoved her inside, Vivian following in their wake, saying nothing, yet another betrayal, as he barked the same question over and over.
"Is this where you keep the Jews?"
Her answer was always the same. "There are no Jews in this house." Camille's head started to clear, the situation coming into focus. Vivian had betrayed Rachel and her mother. But why? To save herself. Nothing else made sense. Except if Vivian wanted to save herself. Why was she still here in this house, clawing at von Bauer's arm and finally using her voice to enter the fray? "Leave the girl alone!" Why wasn't she running to safety, if she truly cared only for herself? Camille wanted to reach to her, to beg her to explain why she'd betrayed them. But her answer would not solve the problem of von Bauer's wrath. He was bearing down on her again.
"Where are the Jews?"
Another glance in Vivian's direction told Camille her friend had revealed some things, but not everything. "There are no Jews in this house."
"Did you help them escape?"
Truth. She would give him the truth. "No." Not yet. The words echoed in her mind, The plan to get Rachel and her mother away had taken too long to execute, and now they would be discovered. Von Bauer's hands came up again. This time he went for her throat. She writhed under his hold, kicked at his shins.
I give you a position of trust,
he ground through his bared teeth.
And you defile my goodwill by bringing Jews into my home.
This man, his eyes black with fury. He was going to kill her. Camille didn't want to die. She tore at his hands, swiped at his face, felt her limbs go limp from the effort to keep awake, to stay alive. A kaleidoscope of images played in her head. Her sister, sweet, tortured Jacqueline. How would she survive without the money Camille sent? She'd failed again. But maybe not. The doctor, Pierre Garnier, he would care for Jacqueline in her stead. Images of Camille's mother came next, her sisters. They were there in her mind, so clear, but then blurry, slipping away from her, along with her will to fight. She kept her eyes closed, tight, and secure in the darkness swelling over her. "Let her go!" Camille opened her eyes. Vivian was in her line of vision, something large in her hands. A porcelain vase. Camille heard a crack, then she was falling to the floor, and von Bauer was falling with her. He spoke in slurred, unintelligible German. She couldn't make out what he was sputtering, only the fury behind the words. Her gaze scanned the room, looking for a way out, an escape. There, the door, still open. She didn't remember climbing to her feet, or looking at the prone man, fighting to keep his eyes open. He failed. Vivian joined Camille on the floor. Breathing hard, she pressed her fingertips to a spot on his neck. "Is he dead?" Camille whispered, crab walking away. Vivian placed her ear close to his nose. "He's alive." Camille didn't know what to do with the information. Around her, the room started to go grey, her vision greyer, as if she was looking through a wall of smoke. Vivian scrambled to her feet. A moment of staring down at von Bauer, and then she was reaching for Camille. Instinct had her shrinking back. Vivian's hand fell to her side. Camille tried to remember the woman she'd trusted so completely, who'd listened to her story about her father, and sympathized with her sister's plight, who'd set her up in this job at 3 times the wages she'd been making at the hotel. That woman was a deception. The Vivian Miller standing before her was a stranger, an opportunist only out for herself. No different from the man lying unconscious on the floor. "We must get them out tonight," the stranger said. "Now, Camille, before he wakes up." She was right, but it was impossible. "Nothing is in place." "It will be. I made the call an hour ago." Camille felt a flash of anger. The possibility of an early escape had always been there. It had taken Vivian's betrayal to expedite the process. Camille glanced down at von Bauer, so still and silent on the floor, pieces of the shattered vase in his hair. Maybe he was dead. The edges of the room felt fuzzy and grey again, closing in around her. Vivian reached to her, an apology in her eyes, and Camille wanted to believe this was a woman she could trust. It hurt to admit that there was still a connection between them, flawed and based on lies as much as truth, but so very real. She couldn't find it in her to hate this woman. She couldn't find it in her to forgive Vivian either. "How could you? We have much to do to see them safely away." "Yes." The word came out reedy and weak. "Yes, we must hurry." There were 2 precious lives, depending on Camille setting aside her own sense of disillusionment and calling on every bit of her internal strength. "Retrieve the identity cards, then change your clothes and meet me in the basement." "What about him?" They both looked at von Bauer's prone form. "Leave him to me." There was something terrible in Vivian's voice, a finality that Camille didn't want to understand, for fear of learning one more ugly thing about a woman she'd considered a friend and mentor. Rachel and her mother were her only concern now. Vivian had failed them. Camille would not.
Chapter 40. Rachel. 17th September 1942. Von Bauer's home. Seine-Saint-Denis Department. Paris, France. Rachel had gotten her days and nights confused. With no windows, it was always dark in her world. Darkness layered on top of darkness, cut only by the pitiful candlelight in the bunker. Nothing to do but write in her journal. She looked down at the words she'd written only moments before, their meaning lost to her now. Compelled, she drew her fingernail over the loops and swirls. Her resentment seemed to be fading, perhaps because she knew what lay ahead 2 days from now. Or was it only 1 now? What time was it? Her watch said 12 o'clock. Was that 12 noon or 12 midnight? She couldn't remember, and that just made her more frustrated. With a snap, she shut the journal and stowed it away in her satchel, then checked the contents of the bag she would carry on her journey to freedom. It would be a grueling journey, both physically and mentally. A dangerous one, too, with the threat of capture and betrayal, possibly even an ambush. Frowning at the direction of her thoughts, she rustled through the clothing, counted the 3 shirts, touched the extra sweater, the 2 pairs of thick socks, her journal, her favourite 2 novels by Dumas. Finally, her hand found the garden shears she'd pilfered the day Vivian Miller had found them out. All was in order. All was ready, except for the identity cards Vivian promised she would secure today. Yesterday? Rachel really disliked losing her sense of time. She disliked everything about her enforced captivity. Better than a concentration camp. Her mother lay asleep on the cot farthest from the tunnel, snoring softly. She was fully dressed, like Rachel, ready to leave in an instant. Her face looked peaceful, the colour of pale pink roses back in her cheeks. Ilka's health was almost fully restored because of the food Camille fed them and the work that pulled them out of the bunker for a few hours every day. Despite her obvious recovery, would the older woman be able to make the demanding journey to freedom? Camille had been very clear that escape would require fortitude, resolve, and physical strength. If her mother faltered, Rachel would shore her up. If she fell behind, Rachel would pull her along. On her own back, if that's what it took to guide the beloved woman to safety. A sound from the other side of the tunnel had her surging quickly to her feet. She checked her watch again, read the time, again, but couldn't make her mind accept that it was probably 1:15 midnight. Even if it was 1:15 noon, it was too soon for their escape. Something must have gone wrong. Rachel hurried to the edge of the bunker. From her vantage point, the tunnel was a molten abyss of nothingness, the gaping mouth of a monster, open and ready to swallow her whole. The familiar scrape of metal on cement sounded from the other end. The noise moved through her like a jolting stream of electricity. More noise from the basement, footfalls, something dropping, the squeak of female voices. Camille and Vivian. She couldn't make out what they were saying. Slowly, she crept through the tunnel. Camille was there, and, yes, Vivian. But they weren't talking. They were shouting, arguing. Rachel stood in the shadows in a kind of mute, frozen state. Who would greet her from the other side? Camille, always Camille, but also tonight, Vivian. There had never been talk of the American involving herself in the actual escape. The door slid open, letting in a thread of light, enough to reveal her friend standing in the basement, and Vivian behind her. Both looked shattered. Both were trembling. "It's time," Camille said, pressing 2 small leather books into Rachel's hand, while Vivian added, "Go get your mother, Rachel, and be quick about it." Panic iced Rachel's limbs, holding her in a perpetual pause. "Why now?" "No time to explain," the 2 said simultaneously. She felt as much as heard their impatience. Something had gone wrong. She made a split-second decision and rushed back into the shadows. She would trust Camille. She must. Vivian, too, though instinct told her the American was the cause for moving up their departure. "Mama!" she shouted in the darkness, her eyes flicking over the corridor. Her feet took her the final steps, and she was back in the concrete tomb. Despite the months of preparation, Rochelle was caught in a moment of desperate confusion. What was she supposed to do next? She'd forgotten. Her gaze circled the bunker, then landed on her mother, already awake, fully dressed, her travel bag slung crossways over her shoulder. "Come, we go now, Sorka." Rochelle blinked at the longest string of words out of her mother's mouth in weeks, the exact motivation she needed to gather her own bag. She took her mother's hand, but halfway between the bunker and the basement, more noises sounded from upstairs, heavy footfalls, the kind that belonged to a man. There was the sound of something dropping, a hard thud. Another voice, female, shouting in accented French, then German. Something clanging. More clanging. Another thud, followed by a brief cry of pain. Footfalls. Shouts. Then, furious muttering close by, too close to be coming from anywhere but the basement itself. The sound of metal scraping against metal came next. A crash, the rush of air, followed by a voice, a man's voice, slightly slurred, as if he were drunk, or, "Come out, you filthy Jews. I know you're in there." Camille's voice came next, muted but clear, and surprisingly steady. "I told you, Herr Stammbannführer, there are no Jews in this house." The use of his formal rank was the signal for Rochelle and her mother to stay hidden in the bunker. But what if the Nazi entered the tunnel and continued further still? Every plan they'd discussed had been contingent on Camille and Vivian outmaneuvering von Bauer. But he was here, mere feet away, and Rochelle needed to know just how bad things had become. Signaling her mother to wait where she was, she took a few steps and peered into the shadows. Her heart gave a little pop. The Nazi held Camille against him, a pistol pressed to her temple. His eyes were glassy and muddied with rage. Where was Vivian? Rochelle scanned the basement, caught sight of a lump on the floor beside an overturned rack. The shouting, the clanging, the crash, the thud. They all made a sick sort of sense now. "Come out!" von Bauer shouted, "or I'll shoot your friend." Rochelle slipped back to where her mother waited just inside the bunker. She had an impossible decision to make, with no good outcome. She couldn't leave Camille imprisoned in a Nazi's vice-like embrace, with the mouth of a gun pressed to her head. But Rochelle couldn't put her mother in danger either. The situation was hopeless, and one thing was certain. The Nazi would eventually come through the tunnel, either now or after he killed Camille. "Hide," she whispered in her mother's ear, "under your cot. You will hide with me." Her mother began pulling her back toward the bunker. The grip on her arm was surprisingly strong, but Rochelle's resolve was stronger. She was done hiding in this hole like a captured animal. She would fight her way out, or die trying. The garden shears. She opened her bag and began searching. Her efforts were cut short by the Nazi's final threat. "This is your last chance. Come out now, or your friend won't live to see the dawn." The click of the weapon's hammer, pulling back, punctuated his words. "You have 5 seconds." He started counting. 1, 2, 3. Rochelle stepped into the light, into her greatest fears realized. Unarmed, shoulders squared, chin lifted. Here I am.
Chapter 41. Vivian. 17 September 1942. Von Bauer's home, Saint-Denis Department, Paris, France. Pain seeped through every breath, crushing Vivian's ribs. Heat crept over her. Her eyes refused to open. A voice in her head tempted her to let go, give up the fight. Her betrayal left a black, gaping hole, swallowing light and time and the final piece of her soul that had once been good. This wasn't how her life was supposed to end. She wasn't supposed to die before achieving redemption. The need to do the right thing was a storm in her belly, drawing her toward light and goodness, away from the evil she'd done to the people who'd trusted her with their lives. All 3 women were in this house because of her. All 3 were in jeopardy because of her. Only in sacrifice could she make amends. That was her prayer now, her reason to push past the self-pity that wanted to overwhelm her sense of right and wrong. It's not over. Not while she still had breath in her lungs. You can still make things right. She flinched at the wail of pain screaming through her head. No, not her pain. The cry came from another. Camille. Vivian cracked open an eye, slammed it shut, pulling away from the yellow rectangle of light. She tried again, surveying the scene. Von Bauer was hurting the young woman. He would not win this fight. Gritting her teeth, she rolled to her stomach, climbed to her hands and knees, set one foot on the cement, then the other. A tear dripped onto her hand, not just one, but many. They seemed to spring from her eyes on their own, a sign of her rage. Vivian only ever cried when she was very, very angry. Her head pounded, her insides shook. On the outside, she was calm as death itself. She stood, faced the tunnel, and what was this? Rochelle was there, looking glorious, an avenging angel ready to face a legion of demons. Von Bauer's lips lifted in an ugly grin. His eyes were as black as a raven's wing as he lowered the gun from Camille's head and pointed the weapon at Rochelle. "No, Derab!" Vivian's voice bounced off the wall, harsh and bitter, and the pistol veered in her direction, the tip angling straight for her heart. "You're a coward," she ground out, "like all bullies." His eyes went wild with indignation, shock. "You're supposed to be dead. I hit you hard enough to kill you. And yet I stand before you now." He pounced. No hesitation, no warning. She was ready. With a hard swipe of her hand, she knocked the pistol to the ground. A bullet discharged on its way down, hitting the cement feet away from Vivian. Muttering curses in German, sprinkled with French, he reached for the weapon. At the same moment, she kicked him in the groin. The blow drove him to his knees. She slid a frantic glance toward Camille. "Go," she shouted in her head. "Now! Run!" Vivian didn't wait to see if the girl obeyed. Her eyes were locked on Von Bauer. His face was twisted in pain. Breathing hard, he scrambled to his feet. She let him. They would finish this eye to eye. "You made a gross error in judgment, Der Rab." Her voice was calm, baiting, the Ice Queen dripping in every syllable. "You threw parties for your Nazi friends and crowed about your work. You told tales about the thousands of Jews you sent to their death, all while you had 2 of them living right under your feet." He grabbed her, yanked her close, so close their noses pressed together. Her stomach churned in disgust, but her fear was gone, vanished with her dignity. She didn't see a man leaning into her. She saw only the hard edges of a face gone mad with rage, his purpose clear. He would kill her. He would use his fists or the pistol at his feet or whatever weapon he could find. He started with his fists. The blows came hard, painful, unrelenting. Vivian fought back, but she was no match for his superior strength. Even in her strange and suspended state, she felt the air leave her lungs, felt the breathy half-sob crawl up her throat. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Camille and the other two finish their climb up the stairs. Only once they disappeared did Vivian breathe a sigh of relief. Her momentary distraction foiled her. Von Bauer struck a hard blow to her chin. Her eyes rolled back in her head. Then, the sharp bite of the cement floor met her broken body. She kicked out and brought Von Bauer down with her. The crack of his skull filled the air. Relief refused to come. Monsters like him weren't so easily defeated. Vivian could smell the scent of whiskey and cigars wafting off him. Then he came to life, crawling over her, cloaking her with his hate, his hands snaked around her neck. "You will take your last breaths with me watching your life drip away. You will join me in death," she vowed. Her voice came out muffled, barely clear enough to hear, but Von Bauer's eyes narrowed. He'd understood her. Blood ran alongside his face, and the skin around his mouth had gone gray. The color of death. She clawed at his wrists, moved her hands to his face, felt the satisfaction of connection, then the moment of freedom when his grip loosened and slipped away completely. His hand snaked out, reaching for the gun. Her hand was moving too, of its own volition. Her fingers closed over the barrel. So did his. They grappled for control. A shot rang out. A screech of agony lodged in her own belly. Pain lanced through her, slithered up to her chest, merging with her ragged breaths until she couldn't tell where the agony began and where it ended. Her lungs constricted. The air was leaving her body. No air. No air. She couldn't breathe. The pressure was too great. She could feel her will to fight draining from her. Not yet. Not yet. Von Bauer's grip slipped. Just enough. And Vivian had the pistol. She squeezed off another bullet. A third one. He collapsed on top of her. She shoved him hard, and he rolled onto his back. Eyes wide and unblinking. Face blank. It was done. Blackness edged her vision. She shut her eyes, expecting to find Rupert waiting for her there. She saw nothing but the poisonous condition of her soul. Vivian dissolved to the ground and prayed she'd done enough to gain absolution.
Chapter 42. Rochelle. 17th September 1942. Von Bauer's home. Seine-Saint-Denis Department. Paris, France. Rochelle would never know where her mother found the strength to control her fear. 1 minute she was staring, gaping, actually, at the battle between Vivian and the Nazi. The next, her hand was on Rochelle's arm, pulling her in a stumbling run across the basement floor, up the stairs, through the back door, and out into the moonlit night. Camille's footsteps pounded behind them. Her friend's voice was a nonsensical buzz in Rochelle's ears. She heard words, but they were disjointed and tinny. Camille seemed to be giving them instructions, something about the passeur waiting for them a mile down the road, just on the edge of the forest. Rochelle already knew where they were supposed to go. Camille had given her the route in very specific terms. She'd shown Rochelle a map, and had drilled her relentlessly until she could see every twist and turn in her mind. She even knew the street names, though without the benefit of light, that information was useless. Now she recalled every detail. Right at the first corner, go 2 blocks, another right, continue 4 more blocks, a left, another left, right, right, left. Her bag slammed into her hip, and her breath came in snatches. Rochelle focused only on the route. Another left. The residual heat of the day turned the air into a wet, sticky stew, smelling of something quite foul. How close were they to the detention centre? Too close, she decided, and was happy for the lack of light. A hard right. Rochelle kept her mother close, nearly fused to her right hip. Camille moved in on the other side, sufficiently flanking the older woman. They shared a look over her head, and in Camille's eyes, Rochelle saw the apology Vivian hadn't given. She also recognized a deep sense of kinship. Rochelle would miss this woman, her friend. She would miss her very much. But this wasn't the time for sentiment. She should be thinking only of the next step in the difficult journey ahead. They took the final corner, and Rochelle looked to Camille again. 100 unspoken thoughts passed between them. Rochelle didn't want tears. They came anyway. Now it was her turn to feel sorrow and regret, not only for this friend she would never see again, but also, irrationally, for Vivian Miller. In the final moment, when it mattered most, she'd sacrificed herself. That's what Rochelle would remember. No matter how many times she relived the moment when von Bauer had pointed the gun at her, she would remember the American distracting him before he could shoot her. She's also the reason you're on the run. With identity cards and American passports she'd provided. Betrayal and sacrifice. Opposite sides of a very complicated coin. "We're here," Camille said, her voice barely a whisper on the light breeze. They entered through the dense tree line. The night was thicker in the woods, the air stagnant, as if holding its breath. The unseasonable heat had Rochelle's hair sticking to her forehead. Frustrated, she shoved it aside and sensed her mother watching her. "We will survive this," she said, "for the ones we've lost." Rochelle didn't think twice. She grabbed her mother in a tight, clumsy hug. "Yes, we will survive, for Papa and Shortka." A dull light flashed in the distance, just a shimmer. Then a girl came into view, wearing men's clothing far too big for her small frame, and a floppy hat that covered half her face. She was young, younger even than Rochelle, and agonizingly thin. "I am Paulette." She spoke French with the accent of privilege. "I will be your passeur, your escort." There was something tragic about the girl, something that transcended class and rank, and Rochelle felt an instant connection. Camille shifted into the thin beam of light, drawing Paulette's attention. "This is Rachel and her mother, Ilka." The girl frowned. "I was told to expect only 2, a mother and daughter." "That's right," Camille nodded. "I'm not making the journey." "Why not?" Rochelle reached to her friend, the scene in the basement fresh in her mind. "You can't go back to that house." "I can't leave Vivian." "Yes, you can. She is the woman who betrayed us." Rochelle didn't say the words, but they hung in the air between them. What if she didn't survive? What if he did? "Don't go back, Camille. Please. I won't abandon her. I can't. And there is my family to consider. They need me." She held Rochelle's stare. "No, I can't leave France." In that moment, Rochelle understood Camille in ways she hadn't before. She felt a moment of shame. For all her doubts concerning this woman, a woman who'd offered her charity and a place to hide, and that slippery, elusive gift of all, hope. Thank you, mon ami. I won't forget what you've done for my mother and me. I would do it all again. I know. They reached for each other and held on tight, so tightly that Rochelle could feel the thud of Camille's heartbeat. They said not a word. They made no promises to meet again after the war. This was the end for them. Their friendship would not be rekindled once the weapons were laid down. Merci, she said again. Trop rien. They pulled apart, and Camille was turning one way, Paulette another. Rochelle realized she had one last gift to give her friend. Camille, wait. She reached inside her bag and pulled out the garden shears. For protection. There was nothing left to say. Rochelle took her mother's hand, and together they followed their escort deeper into the woods. To Spain, or to capture. Around the fire, or through it. Either way, they would soon be free.
Chapter 43. Camille. September 1942. Von Bauer's home. Seine-Saint-Denis Department. Paris, France. Camille ran all the way back to the house, keeping away from the streetlights. She moved quickly, ignoring the sting in her lungs. The back door stood ajar, just as she'd left it. Vivian and von Bauer were still inside. Camille feared what she would find in the basement. She knew it would not be pleasant. She lingered a moment, her heartbeat heavy in her ears. A surge of dread shook through her. She suddenly felt numb all over. She couldn't feel her fingers or her toes. She searched for some hint of deeper feeling, but nothing came. Maybe a twinge of something, a faint wish for things to have gone differently tonight? That the plan she and Vivian had developed so carefully would have gone off without a hitch. The garden shears weighed heavy in her grip, a deadly weapon if used properly. Camille entered the house. The mudroom was absent of sound. Still, she paused and listened for some sign of what she would find in the basement. The door stood open. There was no use for it. She would have to go down. Clutching the shears tight, she pushed forward and took the stairs one at a time. An unpleasant odour met her halfway down, metallic and sharp. Blood. She'd smelled it before in another basement. Images flooded her vision, urging her to turn around and play the coward. Was this moment real? Or another nightmare? A muffled groan brought the answer, the sound exceptionally female. This was no dream, and Vivian needed Camille's courage, as her sister had once needed it. Down. She went down the steps, into cement and dust and death. Those were the scents she smelled, blood and death. Her grip slipped, and the garden shears clattered to the floor. 2 bodies lay on the basement floor, side by side, blood pooling around them. Everything went dark in Camille's mind. The room took a slow, sickly spin, and what little light was cast from the single bulb faded to grey. She shook her head viciously, forcing her vision to clear. She moved in closer. Von Bauer lay on his back, his eyes blank, a hole in his head, one more in his chest. Camille took a wide circle, stopping next to the other body, careful to avoid the thick red liquid spreading across the cement. A dark stain of blood spooled at Vivian's waist. Don't be dead. Don't be dead. Vivian! Don't be dead. Camille reached down and shook her friend's shoulder. Wake up, please. Please wake up. No response. Nothing. Vivian, she said again. her voice softer, calmer. A small movement, slight and nearly non-existent. Then the lifting of a perfectly manicured hand. The nails lacquered the same colour as the liquid spreading across the cement. Camille. The sound of her name seemed to come from a great distance. Are they safely away? They are safely away. Vivian tried to lift her head. A centimetre, perhaps less. That was all she could manage before collapsing back against the cement with a thud. Von Bauer. Camille didn't need to look twice. Dead. Good, she whispered. Camille knelt beside her friend and took her cold hand. So cold. Too cold. Don't move, she said. I'm going to get you help. But where? Who? Who could she trust? Too late. Vivian wheezed. The need to argue came fast, but Vivian's eyes opened again, and something passed between them. A silent knowledge that her injuries were too great to survive, and even if she overcame the bullet wound in her stomach, she would not defeat a Nazi's inquisition. Vivian would be executed for shooting an SS officer. Run! The word gurgled from Vivian's throat. Run, Camille. I can't leave you. I can't let you die alone. Without thinking about the blood, Camille cradled Vivian's head in her lap. I'll stay with you until... She shut her eyes. The end. Vivian shifted. The movement instigated a coughing fit so hard Camille feared it would bring the end sooner. Shh, Camille soothed. Don't talk. I'm sorry. I thought to blackmail him. She pulled in a shaky breath. I miscalculated. Von Bauer. Bad man. Evil in his heart. She reached up, touched Camille's cheek where he'd hit her. I thought it was the only way to save us all. To save yourself. No matter how Camille turned Vivian's actions in her mind, she always came back to that. The woman had acted out of self-preservation first, then honour. Not for me. I did it for you. For Rachel. And her mother. Her French had an American accent now, the words barely distinguishable. One day, you'll see that. There had been other ways to protect their secret. Miscalculated, she wheezed. Forgive me. Camille wanted to offer Vivian redemption. She couldn't say the words. Leave me, Camille. It's too late. Save yourself. They can't find you here. They, the Gestapo. Run. The word was in her head now, urgent, echoing. Vivian gripped her arm with a show of strength that seemed to surprise them both. Run! Camille watched the colour drain from Vivian's face, and her body go limp. And then she was gone. Run. She took only enough time to change into clean clothes and sort out her route. She knew where she would go, had always known from their first meeting that he would be a haven, for her sister and for her. There was only one thing left to do. She ran. Unable to stop herself, she looked over her shoulder, not once but again and again. The house loomed large at first, sinister, the windows like cavernous eyes full of judgment and condemnation. She hadn't abandoned Vivian, but the relief of leaving her behind was similar to how Camille had felt when she'd first arrived in Paris. Much had changed since then. Her sister was better, her own guilt far less heavy to bear. She glanced at the house a few more times. The structure eventually receded in the distance, smaller, less menacing. When it was but a dot on the horizon, Camille faced forward, knowing she wouldn't look back ever again. She felt a hard tug of sorrow for the woman lying in the basement beside her lover, a woman who'd betrayed Camille and Rachel, and then had atoned for her duplicity in a single act of sacrifice. Camille would forgive Vivian. One day. The sky turned purple overhead, and the first signs of dawn coloured the horizon. Camille moved deeper into the woods, staying under cover while the sun shone. When night fell, she ventured closer to the road. By day 2, the rain blew in from the west, soaking her to the bone. With the rain came mud and treacherous divots in the slippery dirt. Camille had been wise to don her boots, but she'd dressed for the heat, not the cold, wet rain. "I did it for you," Vivian had said. "One day, you'll see that." Now there were divots in her heart as well as underfoot, but her eyes remained dry. The sky cried for her, for the rest of the afternoon and deep into the night. For days Camille wove in and out of the wooded areas that ran parallel to the road. Countless hours of fearing that every unknown noise meant she'd been discovered by a German patrol. She slept but rarely. Sometime in the middle of the 3rd, 4th, possibly 5th night, she arrived at the address in Rennes that Pierre had made her memorize. She'd studied a map of the city months ago, and, as she'd insisted with Rachel and her mother, had gone over every twist and turn until she knew the route by heart. Light shone from within the little house, making it look cosy and warm. Tired and thirsty, her energy spent, Camille stumbled up the walk and somehow found the strength to scratch at the door. 20 seconds, that's all it took, and Pierre Garnier opened the door. He stood with the light at his back, the soft glow caressing his dark hair. He was fully dressed, as if he'd been waiting for her arrival for some time. His smile was as inviting as his home. "Camille." He peered around her. "You are alone?" She managed a nod, more a lifting and lowering of her chin. She blinked away the need to cry, and then suddenly she was inside the house, the door shut behind her. A heartbeat later, his arms wrapped her in a long, desperate hug. She clung, shamelessly, but so did he, and as he held her just as fiercely as she held him, every terrible fear she'd harboured during her journey washed away. Eventually, Pierre shifted. He held her a little bit away, his gaze running over her face, then from her head to her toes. "You're hurt. Come, let me check your injuries." The request was from a man of medicine, but his voice was filled with a personal intimacy that superseded his profession. "It's not my blood." He visibly relaxed. Then his spine stiffened again. "The SS officer." "Dead. Oh, Pierre is dead. I didn't kill him." She rushed on to say, "But the Gestapo, they will think I had a hand in his death. So I ran. I came here." "On foot?" "It took me 5 days, I think. Maybe it was a week. I have lost track of time, and I—" He gave her no chance to say more. She was back in his arms, surrounded by his heat, relishing his strength. The tears fell at last, big, bone-rattling sobs. "It's okay," he assured her, rubbing her back in slow, easy strokes. "You're safe, Camille. You're safe now." He repeated the words until they were as real to Camille as the air in her lungs. Her sobbing eventually turned to hiccups, and slowly she put space between them. She looked into the eyes that had always drawn her in. Now they promised everything she'd forgotten how to want, and things she'd never known could be hers. "When was the last time you ate?" The doctor was back, and she found herself smiling. 3 days ago. Possibly longer. "Food first, and then you will rest." She would remember the next hour as the warmest, safest of her life. Pierre wrapped her in a blanket, started a fire, then served her a cup of hot, watered-down tea. No sugar, no lemon. Yet it was the sweetest brew she'd ever tasted, because he'd made it for her. He served her a piece of bread and some soft cheese, a meal fit for a queen. That's how it went down. How she would remember the taste.
"Thank you for coming to me,"
he said, sitting across from her, his eyes full of questions she could tell he wanted to ask, but he was too polite to push the conversation on her after her ordeal. Why was he so kind? She didn't know what to do with all that kindness. "I didn't kill him," she blubbered through another onslaught of tears.
"I believe you."
He took her hand, held it nestled between his larger ones.
"Can you tell me what happened?"
She did, every bit of it. He put his hand to her cheek. She could feel his heartbeat in his palm, like a balm to the bruise von Bauer had inflicted, no doubt an ugly greenish colour by now.
"I'm sorry for your loss,"
he said.
"but I'm glad you listened to your American friend. She was right. They will think you are to blame, and are probably searching for you as we speak."
"I know." He dropped his hand and moved to sit beside her.
"I won't let them find you."
He kissed her forehead, her cheek, and ended with the lightest touch to her lips.
"Am I scaring you?"
"You're really not." In his slow, soft smile, she saw the quiet integrity that had always drawn her to him, so different from the man intent on killing her. She swallowed away the sudden sensation of hands wrapped around her neck. But it was as if Pierre could read her mind. His fingertips touched the tender spot on her throat.
"I will protect you, Camille. No matter how long this war lasts, I will hide you in this house and keep you safe. You and your sister. You are both safe in my care."
Lost for words in the face of such integrity, more sincere than any wedding vows, Camille couldn't speak. But she could smile. Oh, how she smiled. He smiled back. The last of her apprehension wore away. Something new took its place. Something wholesome and good. Everything she'd done, all her mistakes, the years of guilt, they were being washed away with each new breath. Camille felt swept clean by this man, her story rewritten. A different, hopeful tale that didn't include tragedy and failure. They spoke a little longer, but now that her stomach was full, a languid flowering of warmth seeped through her, and she couldn't keep up her end of the conversation.
"That's it. Bed for you."
He scooped her up and set her down on a soft mattress, then pulled the covers up to her chin.
"Sleep now, ma charmante fille."
He kissed her forehead.
"We'll talk more in the morning."
"I'd like that." He smiled that beautiful, pure smile of his, and she was flooded with a sense of peace. There would be no nightmares tonight, not with Pierre watching over her. And as she looked deep into his eyes that held hers with unwavering faithfulness, Camille knew she would spend the rest of her life with this man. Epilogue. Camille. June 1976. Site of the Drancy internment camp. Seine-Saint-Denis Department, Paris, France. Despite her family's insistence she stay in the taxi until they reached their destination, Camille asked the driver to pull over. When she climbed out onto the sidewalk, her husband made to join her. She waved him off. "I want to walk the final blocks alone."
"Camille."
"Please, Pierre." He didn't look happy, but as was so often the case in their 33 years of marriage, he didn't attempt to push his will onto hers either. He wasn't always so accommodating. While Camille could be bone stubborn at times, so too could he, especially when it came to her. He'd kept his vow to keep her safe since that fateful night she stumbled up his front stoop. She'd loved him desperately every day since. And he still didn't look happy.
If you're sure.
I am. Very. He nodded, then said the words that had given her strength at a time when she'd needed it most.
Va avec Dieu, Camille.
Go with God. Always. As she stared into his concerned eyes, she thought of their life together, and the two beautiful daughters they'd created, each of them celebrated pastry chefs like their mother, both with the look of their father in their eyes and their mother's blonde hair. And of course there was Jacqueline, restored fully, thriving, and working alongside Pierre as a psychiatrist in the hospital where she'd found her own healing. She had stayed behind so that Pierre could make the trip. Camille was so very blessed to have such a lovely, happy family. She whispered a prayer of thanks for God's grace and mercy on her life. I'll be along shortly, she told her husband, closing the door with a soft click. I promise. I won't linger. She watched the taxi drive off, noting how 3 pairs of eyes turned in her direction. Smiling, she lifted a hand to reassure them she was fine. And she was. After stretching her legs, she began covering ground at a steady pace, looking not toward the house that carried so many memories of pain and death, but ahead, toward the buildings that had once served as a detainment center for 100,000 Jewish citizens. No less a study in torture. The individual structures had remained intact, but the double rows of barbed wire were long gone, as were the guards who had been a strange mix of German SS soldiers, Gestapo, and, much to France's shame, the gendarmerie, the French military police. Camille took a breath and held it for a long time. Her heart went hard as the truth hit her. All those living souls passing through this detention center and unceremoniously shoved into cattle cars. Most had not survived the ordeal, but some had, including Shlomo Seelinger, the sculptor of the Le Monument de la Déportation. The dedication of the memorial had been the reason Camille agreed to make this journey to Drancy, not the other ceremony planned an hour later. She really didn't want to attend that one, and had tried every avenue to squelch it. The French government would not be swayed. Attendance for the first ceremony was impressive. Already hundreds of people filled the chairs set in neat rows before the monument. The mood was appropriately somber. No band played. No happy greetings or laughter rang out. Camille was handed a program, and she took a moment to view the sculpture that was to be dedicated in honor of all the lives lost. It was a fittingly dreary day for the ceremony, the sun long hidden behind grey clouds. A clap of thunder gave Camille chills, as if God himself was making his opinion known about the horrors that had occurred on this very ground. She exhaled a shaky breath, drew in another, and circled the piece of art. Inside her program was an explanation, though she could have figured out most of it on her own. The main sculpture depicted interlacing figures in wrenching poses of prayer, agony, and death. In the center of the piece, the block represented 10 men, the number needed to recite the Kaddish. At the bottom, the wave-like pattern evoked the fire in which so many Jews died. The images were heart-rending and terrible, and Camille couldn't seem to catch her breath. She shouldn't have sent her family away. She wanted them with her now, especially Pierre. As if knowing she needed him, her husband appeared at her elbow. Seeing her grief reflected in his gaze, she was glad he'd found her.
Come, Camille.
His voice was gentle, his hold even more so.
Our daughters are waiting for you at our seats.
I'm not finished viewing the monument.
Take your look, then. But I go with you.
Arm in arm with her husband, Camille read the verse from the Book of Lamentations. Behold and see, if there is any pain like my pain. Her thoughts went to Rachel, and the pain she'd suffered from the loss of her father and brother. A pain she'd had to live with for over 35 years. Camille was glad she'd found her friend again. It had taken 2 decades, and though they hadn't been able to accomplish a face-to-face reunion yet, they'd kept in touch via letters and telephone calls. Like Camille, Rachel had lived a happy, productive life after the war. She'd married a man she'd met during her escape. They'd produced 7 healthy children, 4 girls and 3 boys. There were 20 grandchildren in total, and several on the way. While raising her family in New York with her mother's moral support before she died 2 years later, Rachel had started her own cosmetic company. Her husband was the main chemist, and her sister, Basha, acted as the creative director. "Please, everyone, take your seats." Pierre guided Camille to where their daughters waited near the back. The ceremony was appropriately solemn. Several people gave speeches, but it was the artist's words that brought home the reality of what had occurred on this property. "I designed le Monument de la Déportation to transmit to future generations the emotions felt by us, the survivors of Nazi camps, the horrors of what we endured, and the guilt we share over the ones we lost." He finished with a request for a moment of silence for the souls who did not survive. From across the rows of bowed heads, Camille's gaze connected with Rachel's. She knew her friend at once. She still had the look of her younger self. The only change was that her once dark hair was now styled in a sleek grey bob that highlighted her cheekbones. The ceremony concluded after Seelinger finished his speech. Minutes after the ribbon cutting, Camille was hugging Rachel just as fiercely as she had in the forest, barely a mile from where they now stood. "It's so good to see you," they said simultaneously, then pulled away to smile into each other's eyes. Introductions were made, which took considerable time since most of Rachel's brood and several of her extended family had made the trip from America to France. An hour after the first ceremony, the second one began. "I really don't want to go through with this," Camille told her husband. Pierre patted her hand. Now, my dear. You aren't getting out of this that easily." At least the crowd was considerably smaller. Fewer than 100 people, which included Rachel's family, Camille's husband and daughters, and some French dignitaries. Even the president himself, Valéry Giscard d'Estaing. Giscard d'Estaing's speech was blessedly brief. "We are here today to present the highest recognition for service to France, to a most worthy recipient, Madame Camille Lacroix-Garnier." He called her to the podium, and when she stopped before him, he draped a medal around her neck. "France thanks you for your service." The applause was loud and long, and Camille's cheeks grew hot with embarrassment as she returned to her seat. She didn't deserve this recognition, and had tried on several occasions to convince the government to reconsider giving her the Legion of Honor. There were many others more worthy, she'd argued, thinking of Vivian and her vast network that had coordinated Rachel and her mother's escape. Camille's part had been small, hardly worth mentioning. The bureaucrats had disagreed. "Without Madame Garnier's act of bravery," the president was saying, "the woman I now have the honor of introducing would not be here to tell her story. Please welcome to the podium one of France's greatest success stories, Madame Rachel Berman-Horowitz." The applause for Rachel was even louder and longer than for Camille, and that, she thought, was exactly the way it should be. Rachel thanked the French president, greeted the guests with her beautiful smile, then launched into a speech Camille hadn't known she would be giving. "I'm here not to tell you my story, but the one I share with this woman." She smiled at Camille. "My friend, Camille Lacroix, now Camille Garnier, the humble Paris housekeeper who was with me during the darkest time in France's history." As Rachel told their combined story, Camille relived the memories with the rest of the audience. She felt the fear all over again, the hot rage and unspeakable grief, the despair, but also the guilt and shame over the French people's collective indifference to the plight of their Jewish neighbors. "Camille, please join me up here for this next part." Once again, Camille walked to the podium. This time there were tears in her eyes. "For 2 months, this woman hid my mother and me in the home where she worked. She kept us safe and alive, and did it right under the nose of a Nazi. I have no doubt she would have taken a bullet to save us. In fact, she nearly did." Rachel paused and looked briefly at Camille. In that moment of silent connection, they honored the woman who had taken a bullet to save them. Vivian Miller would never be venerated for her sacrifice. She'd been judged a traitor and a collaborator by the French government, a murderess by the Germans, while the Americans had used her money to fund their own war effort. She'd died in disgrace, and would only be lauded for her sacrifice in Camille's and Rachel's shared memories of that harrowing night. "If you think one person can't make a difference in the fight against tyranny," Rachel continued, "I'm here to tell you you're wrong. This woman is a testament to what happens when a single brave soul does the right thing. Camille didn't just save my life. She made many of yours possible. And so I ask, would my family please rise and stand in recognition of this woman, my friend?" Nearly 50 people surged to their feet. "Camille, the people who stand before you now, do so because I survived the war. This, my friend," she swept her arm over her considerable family, "is your legacy, as much as mine." The applause that broke out was the loudest and longest yet.
Author's note. As with all my books, this one began in the library. I didn't have much of a story. I knew I wanted to go back to France. I also knew I wanted 3 heroines who would be underestimated, possibly untested, but were also interconnected in some way. Each would require a strong reason to sacrifice for the people she loved. That's all I knew as I explored some amazing acts of heroism by seemingly ordinary women in World War II Europe. Each story was more inspiring than the last, but I didn't find this book's inspiration until I discovered Irina Gut's heroic deeds. Irina was the housekeeper for a Nazi officer in Poland. She managed to hide 12 Jews in her employer's basement for 2 years. All of them survived, but not without some very close calls and a personal sacrifice by Irina. Her story is remarkable. I highly recommend you read about her life and the tragedies that led to her incredible feats in her autobiography, In My Hands, Memories of a Holocaust Rescuer. While Irina was the initial inspiration for Camille, the character morphed and changed into something wholly different and very, very French. I needed Camille to have a good reason to stay in Paris during the war and ultimately work in a Nazi's home. That was key. Again, I went back to the library and came across the Nazi medical program that was responsible for the murder of thousands of mentally and physically disabled patients. According to one source, by the summer of 1940, this horrible euthanasia program had become common knowledge among Germans and in other countries. For story purposes, I gave Camille access to this information and a sister with a malady that put her in jeopardy. Rachel's character also required significant thought. There were many ways I could have portrayed her, but when I discovered the assimilation of so many French Jews, she formed fully in my mind. And most of these men and women believed they were safe, mainly because they didn't openly practice the Jewish faith. History shows us they were mistaken. In fact, the French government passed their own anti-racial laws separate from their occupiers. Moreover, it was the French police who coordinated most of the mass arrests, including the July 1942 Veldiv roundup that targeted women and children. By this point, victims of these arrests were sent directly to the Drancy internment camp, where they were unceremoniously loaded into train cars and deported to Auschwitz. While far too many innocent lives were lost, Shelomot Selinger was not among them. The celebrated sculptor survived 9 German death camps and 2 death marches. In memory of the innocent men and women who passed through Drancy, he created Le Monument de la Déportation. Again, for story purposes, I created a dedication ceremony with Camille and Rochelle in attendance. I also reworked the timeline concerning the United States ambassador to France. William Bullitt Jr. was actually terminated from his position in July 1940. I took a little creative license and pushed that date to later in the year to fit within Vivian's story arc. Many thanks to my amazing editor, Melissa Endlich, who guided me through the editorial process with patience and expertise. You always make my books better, Melissa. The extent of my gratitude cannot be put into mere words. You're the best. I also want to thank the art department and the sales and marketing team at Harlequin. You never fail to make my book shine. Thank you to my readers for taking this journey with me through German-occupied Paris. I couldn't do what I love without your ongoing support. For fans of the Widows of Champagne, I left you an Easter egg. It comes with my deepest gratitude for your loyalty. Cheers.